Welcome to the verdict room. Pull up a seat. We're seeking the truth. Dropping in week after week. Yeah. Last 24, lay it out on the table. True crime experts peeling back every angle. Looking for answers real exact. Pin the timeline, track by track. Wrong's telling tales, she keeps us in line. Every little detail, every tiny sign. They break it all down at Dago's Cafe. Coffee on the counter, new case, same day. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Hey! Typically unique, but the method is clean. Red string on the board, map out every scene. Replay the last call, rewind the last text. If it don't add up, they on to what's next. Side eyes, alibis, tear them apart. Trail through the dark with a flashlight heart. Bronx on the story, keeping pace on the track. Every minute, every motive, never holding it back. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They throw revelations at your feet till the gavel comes down on the facts. Week after week, you know the sea's still warm. Cold case heat brewing up in the storm. From the Bronx to the booth, they connect every clue. When the hammer hits the wood, you know the verdict is you. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth, no spin. Bringing you the facts so raw, let the evidence speak again. Exposing all the secrets, looking for the lies in the cracks. They drop the gavel one last time and the truth keeps pulling you back. Yeah.
Yo,
What's happening?
Hello.
what's shaking?
Happy Saturday, everybody.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Happy Saturday. Happy weekend. Happy day after Friday. Happy day before Sunday.
Do
Happy
any of you have
summer.
plans this weekend?
Hell
It's
no.
my anniversary weekend with
Oh,
Carlos.
shoot.
How
Oh.
long?
What,
Tomorrow.
29 years?
29 years, you guys.
Well, don't break a hip.
How do you do that?
Hard work.
Wow.
Hard work.
Hey,
Really?
that's
I
Kim.
mean, some people get bored. I don't know. How do you make it not be boring?
My name is Geoff.
Stand on your head.
Best friends. We enjoy each other's company.
Yeah,
you
she
know,
allowed him to buy a dirt track car. Yeah,
support each other. We've also known each other a long time. I've known him since I was 15.
Aw,
that's
that really is like a best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Brandy are the same way. We've known each other since high school. We were married to other people first, but like here we are 20 years later now. It was our 20 year this year. So
Well,
Yep.
guess what?
you got to
Wow.
be friends. You got to be friends before anything or it just doesn't work.
I
So
was
Yeah.
there too. I'm divorced. Yep.
yes.
It lasted 15.
Yeah. And that's
lost
how
your
you
boy?
know.
15. Was it 15? I think.
15.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But
We don't
still
even want to talk about that.
Right.
15 what?
Years, not months, Logan. You stop it.
Not minutes.
It lasted 15 years?
What the hell was it? That was
I bet that's-
yeah. Because
Yeah.
that was
Show me.
no, maybe it was 12. Don't even look at me like that
You-
now.
I thought you had said 12 before, but I guess I didn't realize it was years.
Yeah. It's not-
47 years in
she's
the
thinking months. Look at she's profiling my ass.
47. Wow.
Yeah, almost to the
Holy.
golden anniversary. Congratulations.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Thank you,
See,
Justin.
That's how
My
you know.
dog's account says 62nd anniversary today for their parents.
62nd.
62nd.
Oh my God, that's
Wow.
crazy.
Wow.
I
That's
think my
awesome.
neighbors growing up were married for like 68 years or something like that. They were 92 and married when they were like 16 or something.
You know what?
That
The internet
is
came along in
amazing.
social media.
See, I know it doesn't work. Like I'm the creature. I met her. My band was playing in a bar. That'll tell you. That lasted 9 years. So,
Yeah. And that's like, I feel like,
No.
and I've told Logan this, like, I've always, like, past relationships, I've always adapted to something, an
mhm.
attraction that you shouldn't have adapted
You
to.
shouldn't have
No.
to.
Mm-hmm.
It either
Oh.
works or it don't. Right.
Yep.
So everybody had a good. Well, I know we've all had a crazy week because we've all seen the same crazy information come out. 100% on the Idaho 4, of course. One of these days, I promise you guys, it's going to be wild, but
Mm.
the four of us are going to be sitting here talking about a different case at one point, guys. Imagine that.
Someday.
Yes, over the rainbow. Just
Mm.
saying. But yeah, it's been a
Yep.
wild week. We've gotten some seriously like real information dropped. We've all talked about it. I know that for a fact. And we've all blown it up, and we're going to talk about it again. As you all know, we have a special guest joining us tonight. Geoff from Truth Neurons is going to be joining us tonight for the first time. Super excited. I hope you all are too. And if we can, guys, please make sure, I'm sure you will anyway, but drop the link for Truth Neurons in the chat. If you guys have not yet subscribed, please do. You're going to be disappointed if you don't. We got plenty to talk about. I know we do. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and bring our guest up to join us and get this thing moving.
Hi, all.
Welcome.
Hi,
Welcome.
Geoff. How long have you and Ruby been married?
We're not actually married, but
What?
we've been together for a few years. And
Just
I was
hit 'em
reading in
off, Rip.
chat. I got divorced after I think it was about 12 years or so, Mike. And then it was just before COVID that Ruby and I met. And you know when you just meet your person,
Yeah.
Yep.
and it was a massive test because we got locked down together, and it was like it
What's up?
just worked.
Yeah.
You know what's so crazy is when I listen to you guys and I watch you
Yeah.
guys, it makes I
Long
genuinely
term.
thought you I thought
Yeah.
you guys
Yes.
had been married for
Mhm.
25 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys just mesh well together.
You could have
Absolutely.
said it to us
And-
like the
and
Idaho
I think
404
you
case,
put a
bud.
point just before about having to adjust, right?
Yeah. Mm.
No adjustment.
adjustment.
Like we
Oh.
just
Yeah.
That's
If
the
you could
thing.
make it through
Just fits.
COVID, that's yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like,
Wow.
for me, it's like if I met somebody and they love to ride horses, I would be like, "Oh, buddy, them puppies don't have brakes. I ain't doing it. How am I gonna? What? No, I ain't doing it." Anyways,
I wish I could. I'm a
by
little
the way, there's a couple of comments on the accent, but you know, I'm not going to do my full Australian accent, all right? It's just like it's just not real. So, Truth Neurons, we keep it real. This is just my voice. There was a couple of comments on a video that firstly, we were AI voices, which was hilarious.
yeah.
And Ruby's AI as well. She's real, 100% real. She
Wow.
will come alive at some point.
Some of these people, I swear to God.
Yeah.
I love the theories that come out in this case. It's wild.
I could
Oh, it's
see
crazy.
in the beginning how some people might think you guys are AI voices because you both speak very clearly and
Oh,
you
yeah.
articulate, what you're saying very well. So I could see why some people might think AI, but that's when you got to stick with the channel and find out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's it right there. Yes. So you're in Australia?
We are, yeah.
Yes.
So it's early hours
Whereabouts?
of Sunday morning.
And
So
you're
happy
freezing your ass
Sunday
off, huh?
to you all for tomorrow.
Yes. So
I
how
mean,
does
the
tomorrow
future-
look for us?
That's
Yeah,
so crazy.
It's looking the same as today for you guys now. Very much lots of information to process in these new docs.
Yes.
Very little sleep. That's pretty much us.
Oh, so he's predicting just another shitstorm.
Absolutely. Yes. This is probably one of your neighbors here, Geoff. This is Miss Bianca. She's over there with you in the
Down under.
Australia.
Down under.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah. I've
Absolutely.
seen,
We gotta
seen a couple
Jesus,
of Aussies
bud.
in there. Yay.
Y'all got
We got-
dingoes like we got squirrels.
Mm-hmm.
She sends us pictures of the backyard and they're just frolicking, you know? Like,
Did you
10
see?
of 'em.
Did you see Bianca's pictures where she was showing us her back window and there's like 3
Yeah.
kangaroos sitting out there looking at her through the window? I'm like, no way. No.
The size of them snakes? Mm.
Yeah, right.
I
Yeah,
was
the
walking
spiders.
Bronx last night and I was thinking, how come squirrels don't come out at night? Is
They
that when
do,
they're-
don't they?
What?
I don't think
know.
No.
Maybe
Are
it's
they
your
too busy
neighborhood.
burying their nuts?
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah, they could be hiding their nuts at night, Logan. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, they're not
That's a good
nocturnal,
point.
right? They're not
And-
nocturnal. They're sleeping.
I thought they were out on like night and day. I've never
So
heard
that's
that.
kinda
I've never
like
noticed
the-
I
that.
don't think
Yeah.
so.
The reverse
I
thing of
noticed it last
raccoons.
night.
They say if you see them during the day, they're probably rabid.
Rabid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not our case. Dude,
So if you see a squirrel at night, that means you better run.
Probably. I just noticed it. I was like, wait, where are all the squirrels at?
Now you
No.
got me thinking like I'm gonna be paying attention now. Like where the hell's this? I never thought of that. That's weird.
Yeah.
They're in their
could-
nest sleeping.
They're
We got-
they're day people.
Sucking in their little babies. They're
But do they all go to sleep at the exact same time?
It depends on if they have school in the morning, Logan. Come on.
Yeah.
True. Is it a
Every night's a
weeknight
school
or?
night.
Yes. If it's Friday night, they're up, staying up late, partying a little bit. If not,
Pretty much.
Maybe Pauline Sutton might know.
Huh?
Blood
Oh.
spatter.
yes, she might
Yeah.
catch them running around naked. That's a good point.
If you've seen her video when she's, I think she did a university lecture and she talked about saying squirrel and that she's easily distracted.
Oh yes, squirreled.
Yeah.
She gets squirreled.
That explains a whole lot. Then
It
That's
sure
it.
does. It
Yeah.
sure does.
We
Whole
can
lot.
bring anything
Yeah,
back
yeah.
to the Idaho 4 case. We could talk about squirrels and bring it back and connect it to the Idaho
Yeah.
4.
It's all connected. Right?
It's all
Yes.
connected.
yes, every bit of it, 100%. So everybody, I know that Logan and I know Kim and Mike, we've all seen the documents. You've gotten all the new documents as well, Geoff.
Yep.
Let me-
I started seeing a couple of posts on YouTube saying there were new docs, so we jumped straight on, and I think that's probably why there's been little sleep over here. Is
Yeah,
when you've got an expert report or experts report 1,000 pages or something, there's a lot of information to process.
yes.
And along with the other documents that seem to
Well, there he
contradict
is.
each other, it's
For
Who's our
sure.
favorite buddy.
it's wild.
Jeffrey's in
Oh, I
Logan's
fully
chat.
agree.
My name is Geoff.
I fully agree. Yo, he popped in. He's got to show himself. He even took the little avatar I made for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's just using it. He's
Unreal.
owning it. He's owning
You,
it.
Borrowing.
you know what
At
I
least he-
wondered? I wondered if you stole it from him, but that's what's up.
No, I made that. Anyway, it goes along with my Jeffrey the Great song. Anyhow,
Real
Or no,
quick,
Jeff-
can I say
Jeffy Lube.
happy birthday to Mystical Rain? Mystical
Yes,
Rain is
we-
in
we-
chat, and it
we
is her
celebrated.
birthday. Yes.
Yes.
Happy
we
birthday,
sang happy
Mystical
birthday
Rain.
to her. Even got a cake from me, Mystical.
Mm.
Oh, that's
Wow.
interesting. How long did that last, Artie? Couldn't have been long. Well, I do want to ask you though, for sure though, Geoff, how long have you been involved in true crime? And is it just the Idaho 4 case, or like what got you jumped into this one, sir?
People keep asking, when are we going to move to another case? And well, when this case stops giving
Yes, when it keeps
more
giving.
detail,
Right.
this is actually our first case. And Ruby and I both look at each other and go,
Wow.
how did we come across this case as the first case? And it actually stemmed from Ruby avoiding doing some university assignments she had on.
Okay.
And we're following the Richard Allen case, Delphi murders, when a couple of videos around this case came up, and being that both Ruby and I are neurodiverse, and so we're like, this is wild. This is not
Yeah.
a normal case.
Y'all are pretty brainy for the first case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're both like
Yeah.
Bryan. We are both neurodiverse.
Yeah, yes, sir.
We like going into details. If I don't understand something, I'm going to bury myself in the research and figure out what the hell it means.
Yes.
As does Ruby, and you've seen from some of the content we put out there.
Yeah, you both have done amazing things on your channel for sure.
Thank you.
Together and separately. I've absolutely every bit of it. I've loved it all. So
I have a question. So let's say you and Ruby are, hearing stuff on the news about the Bryan Kohberger case or the Idaho 4, and you're kind of looking into it. It's the very, very beginning. What about this case made you guys both, you can answer for yourself or both of you, what made you guys say, that doesn't sound right? That's not sitting right with me. Do you know exactly what it was?
Yeah, 100%. Logan, thanks for the question. It's actually around the stigmatization of neurodiversity. The mainstream media presenting all of his neurodiverse traits as these criminal, look at this profile of this disturbed individual, when actually they're quite common traits for someone who has a neurodiverse profile. And to the reason we actually started the channel was it was an improvement from Ruby just screaming at the laptop about how wrong it was.
yeah, right.
It's just I'll create a brand. You start giving your opinion, and here we are.
I feel like a lot of issues in current time have developed from people not. There's nothing that's put out there of like how to understand. I'm gonna just say this type. And people just like, they're just like, oh, they just go, oh, weirdo.
That's it.
Go ahead, Dago.
I was just going to say, that's one of the main things that angers me because, again, I have a child that has a lot of these same like features about him that it's not weird. It's just they approach things differently than maybe you or I even have some of it, I think. We just, back in our day, we were never diagnosed with this. We were just either bad kids. Even ADHD wasn't a thing back then. We were just bad kids, period. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
it's really sad too, as an educator, like I don't feel like there's an excuse except for denial and ignorance, because I feel like there's way more information out there now that is shared publicly, especially with social media and the internet and everything. And even in the schools, there has been a huge movement for inclusivity and all of that.
Just lost.
But then here we still have the stereotype, the stigma, the treatment, but I also think that's in the United States, that's also kind of how our culture has been in the past few years. So
we're still talking about Christopher
also depends
Columbus
where you're at sometimes.
Right.
I think it's really interesting, Geoff, that you and Ruby could point that out within Bryan Kohberger before anything even came out in court about any mental health, any neurodivergency, anything like that. That's pretty neat.
Agree.
Well, I mean, it was blatantly obvious for someone who is also like that. You see a reflection of yourself in some of the behaviors, and you listen to the media commentary and go, "What the fuck?"
Thank you.
That's just not cool.
Well, like I said backstage, that's what pissed me off so much when we started getting the reports that were being passed out from WSU. Well, he would spatial trapping and this and that, and you couldn't get out of a conversation with him, and this. I'm like, you know what? Like, every one of you are fucking ignorant bullies. It's disgusting. Because and then the thing that got me the most pissed off, you guys, when we watched Bryan at the DMV, the dude had more of a conversation than I would have had with somebody from the DMV. Okay, there was nothing abnormal about it. He was trying to get away from her. If you didn't notice, he was trying to back. He had to back away. That whole move where you back up and go, okay, it's time for me to go, and there was nothing abnormal about it. It doesn't mean that he's weird, because you start a conversation. My son does the same thing, and this is why I get so offended by this. If you start talking about something of interest to somebody that is neurodivergent, and they don't get to have those conversations often, okay, because there's not a lot of people that do talk that way.
They don't want to go out and interact.
Thank you. So when you start talking to my son about music, for instance, for those of you that know my son, you know he's a musical genius, okay? He loves music. You're not going to get away from him anytime soon if you start that
Yep.
conversation because he wants to be involved. He wants to interact, okay? And that's what pissed me off so bad. Like you're going to look at him and say that
Yeah.
he's a bad person because he wants to talk to you.
And you know, that boils down to the traffic stop when he
Yeah.
was conversating with the cop. It's interactions. Was this what was going on at school? Like when they said, oh, he stood in the door like a weirdo.
Yes.
There was interaction. He's not used to
you.
interaction like that. So fucking give it up. You know what I mean?
That's the only downfall I've ever seen was that maybe some of the people that are categorized in this is that maybe they miss social cues here and there.
Yeah.
Beyond that, and that doesn't, it's not always, you guys. Beyond that, there's nothing abnormal about neurodivergence than any more than we are. Is all I'm saying. So the way that they made it out to be this broad evil thing is just, it made me sick, honestly. And that's truly all I'm going to say because it just irritates me so bad.
People also don't realize that even with something like ADHD, there's subtypes. There's about 4 different subtypes of ADHD.
Mhm.
So
You are
presents
absolutely right.
differently. But there's
Yeah.
one profile that the media want to say, oh,
Yeah.
they're going to be climbing the walls and
Mhm.
setting
mean,
fires.
You got your super brainy type. You got the ones that are, could be mechanical, super mechanical function. There's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It-
Sergeant Friday, you know Sarge, Mikey.
yeah, sir.
Sarge has Asperger's, and Sarge he's very brazen and abrasive,
Mhm.
and it's only because he's older. He was raised without having any clue what the hell it was, and he just has to speak his mind. He has to tell you exactly what he feels, and if he doesn't get it out, it messes with him. So he just has to say it the way he feels it, and then that's that. And he's going on. I'm probably going to get shot for this, but he's probably going on 60 or close to, if not. So at that point, he's lived his whole life that way, not even knowing for part of it what it is, and people never understood him. He's just an asshole. No,
And
he's not.
You know what
So-
the big problem is like there has to be a problem that's created and happens for people to realize what it's all about.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh, wow, huh?
Mhm.
So that's what
Yeah.
comes along with that.
And look, I'm just shy of 50, but I was 36 when I got my diagnosis.
Wow.
And my autism diagnosis even more recently than that. And it makes sense. Suddenly the light bulb turns on and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
once you realize the way your brain's working, it's so easy to see that. I think, Logan, as you said, like recognizing early on about the behaviors of someone with neurodivergence in seeing footage of Bryan,
Yeah.
it was fairly obvious to us.
I mean, just watching him sit at the defense table during the hearings,
Yeah.
nobody else would sit as still as he does. Nobody else would ever just sit there and stare forward like that, guys. We've seen how many hearings, how many trials.
Yeah.
It's evident that Bryan is just doing what Bryan does. You know what I mean?
He's processing, and he's probably at what we're seeing right now. He's over processing, trying to figure out why the f he is sitting there at that
Yeah.
point in time.
I agree with
Yeah.
that, Mike. That's a good point.
And you would have to develop a sense of like beaten to where like you're trapped.
Yeah.
Do you think he would be more likely to, I don't know how you just worded it, overly think about why he's there or overly think about the actions if he wants to
How he got there.
fighting it? Like,
Good
what's
point.
my best point now that I'm here?
That's a good
What's my
question.
next best, action move?
That's a
Kim,
good
I think
point,
the answer
Kim.
to that is both.
Yeah.
They would
what I
overthink
would say.
both of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
it-
stress
it-
that would cause.
100%. Yeah.
So
That constant stress of like, what is going to be the next thing that
Mhm.
comes at me? How do I, that having to be in a fight or flight mode constantly around what is this unknown that's going to come at me next?
Yeah.
He would have had to question his
Yeah.
defense.
But do you think, Geoff, that has anything to do with why Bryan stood silent at the very beginning?
Look, I'm in two minds about that, possibly. possibly. I'm having seen the way this case has evolved. I think Mikey and I were chatting a little bit about it, but there might be some other motives for staying silent.
Sure.
Yeah.
Agree.
And that brings me to why did they interview those two fellas? What this was Farley and what's his name, which were associates. Why did they interview them and ask them questions on Bryan Kohberger after he was put in the same
in the
facility?
jail?
Yeah. Why?
Was
Why did they do that?
Farley and Leonard.
Yeah.
What was the need to
Yeah.
ask him why? I feel like they were there for something else, and that was what was put. I don't even know.
Oh,
That-
yeah. Yeah, the front is.
I feel like
They
the
were
date
trying
on
to-
that is very important to something else that's tied to this.
Yeah, they were trying to get his.
You never know.
Their cover was.
They could have
you know,
swiped
what was
fucking his
like-
DNA at that point. They could have. You'd have no idea. What's that? I want to know what the date is. Who? Mm-hmm. That's not possible because this was after that, but I don't know.
Geoff, we just got a bunch of new documents, obviously, and we're all kind of trying to go through all of them. People are starting at different places with the documents to go over different aspects of what these experts and everything else were going to come out and say had there been a trial. Is there any specific set of documents or document in particular that you are extremely interested in? You went straight to that one?
Well, all of them really, but the one I went straight to, and I'm just pulling it up now to see. Let's have a look. I was interested that the state's exhibits for the ISP forensic services, we already have the unredacted versions of a number of those from when they did the accidental unsealing and then redacted the document or pulled the documents offline again. But it
Yep.
was in the, let me just see if it's this one. Yeah. So exhibits 1 to 4, motion in limine 7 read bushy eyebrows, and the phone logs of Dylan Mortensen placing calls that were answered to Ethan, Zana, and Kaylee after the supposed time of death.
I wonder
And
if
then-
the freaking phone records are.
Other documents, and I'm trying to remember which one it was. Yeah, the state's motion re text messages and testimony. In that document, Ashley Jennings has written that the calls were not answered. So you've got two documents there that are completely contradicting each other. And is that a perjury in the court when you've got the prosecution stating something that is entirely false when it's compared against the evidence?
Especially, yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's that part is so significant, especially the fact that we have a document that states answered on the document itself. That would have been a huge blow up in court because the defense can say, who answered the call? They're still alive. My client couldn't have been there.
It's
so
freaking.
what?
So it really tells you it's off rip. Walking in their shoes and knowing that this would never went to trial is straight up bullshit.
Yeah. And, and from there, I think the last document I read was the expert reports. Being the longest one, I thought I'll get through the others first. But I think I'll leave it to all of you to decide which areas piqued your interest most out of the documents.
Oh,
Well-
for me so far has been Barbara Wolf and the wounds, and that's because I was able to go back and use the pictures that I created as well, so it was really helpful.
Yeah.
What did you say on the serrated K-bar? You FOIA'd for something? What was that?
I FOIA'd the knife that was found in a field. They said it had rust on it and it had been buried. I FOIA'd the pictures of it.
I really want to know where all these knives are just randomly. I don't know. This area is so vast. Like, really? Ooh, whatever. I don't even know.
So on the MPD running report, the initial report has got all of the police log, etc. It's got a good 5, 6, maybe 7 knives listed as evidence items. It's got 2 Glock handguns. It's got drugs. None are actually listed in the forensic reports. They've just kind of focused on what's not there.
Yeah. It wasn't part of the
Makes
spin-off.
And regarding the serration on the knife, I think that was the big takeaway for me from Barbara Wolf's report.
Yeah.
Was the serration on some of the wounds did not match that of the K-bar, because the serration on a K-bar is right near the handle, and the depth and the width of the wound did not fit the profile of a K-bar.
Yes.
Correct.
It
Yeah.
would fit the profile of a steak knife.
No,
I'm super
agreed.
shocked as shit. They even let that autopsy stuff out.
Yeah,
I don't
agree.
know.
I agree. That's a big one.
Huge.
I haven't got to read through that full one yet. I've read like little excerpts that I've been shown, but that's big. That's big, I think.
And didn't the Amazon purchase report describe the K-bar as a straight edge,
Mhm.
or edge or something?
Absolutely.
Very, yeah.
Yeah,
So
shocker.
honestly, it
correct.
doesn't matter the click history, and it doesn't matter what
Mm-mm.
he bought, or that he bought a gift card, because he bought a straight K-bar, and that's not even the knife that is believed to be used. One of
Yeah.
them.
Did he even
There's
buy
5
it?
profiles. 5 profiles. So
And he bought it in March,
Go ahead.
months and months before,
yeah.
and it's one of the most popular knife options for people
I wonder if
globally.
that shit's even real, though.
Well, one of my points was, why do you need an expert witness from a store to
Yeah.
come in and explain the purchase of an item? You just produce, it should just be a piece of evidence.
But yet
The
you won't let the
receipt,
cell phone guy in.
He's on
Mhm.
camera buying something. I mean, it's digital. So yeah, whatever. It should just be a piece of evidence. I don't see
Yes.
you need a Amazon expert to come explain clicks.
Thank you. I agree, Kim. Fully. I
Yeah.
fully agree with that. That's insane. It's just one more thing they were using to try to make some proof out of something that didn't exist, in my opinion.
Complete lopsided
Because
shit.
they had nothing. They had nothing
No.
to base anything on. So they were dragging, in my opinion, they were pulling for anything they could possibly find to make this make sense to a jury, and it wasn't working. So
But what made them come to that final point where they went, oh, fuck, we got to flip this?
I think the 2 reports that I've read over the past 2 days would definitely make a dent in that.
Yeah.
At that point, if you read through those Slavinsky's report and Cy Ray's report, as a prosecutor, I literally, excuse the phrasing, but I would have shit myself.
Yeah.
Knowing we had no proof on anything, I would have said, we're screwed, guys. What do we do now? Go ahead, Geoff.
What was my
I
point?
think we're going to say something.
I was going to say about reports missing, and this is something I brought up in a couple of my lives, was around the ISP forensic reports. They're numbered. You've got report 1, 2, 3, etc., through to 44, except for report 42.
Oh, yeah.
So what is report 42? It's like Area 51 for this case.
Thank you. Something that was omitted on purpose, once again, intentionally.
Yeah. And if you see in the most recent release, in Cy Ray's report around not having the data for Ethan's phone, Bethany's phone, or Jessica's phone.
Yeah.
So trying to do that.
How many phones did we read through that they had no data they couldn't get from?
Yep,
Was it
because
3 of
that's
them?
where the real evidence is, in my opinion. And they just said, oh, we'll just say that we can't get the data right there.
It
Take
was
it.
Ethan's, Jack DeCore's,
Bethany Funk.
Bethany, and Molly.
There you go.
Yes.
Well, son of a bitch, huh?
Now, interestingly, on Molly's was because it was from Pen something software.
Pen trap and trace. Yeah.
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 So
Wait,
that makes,
Yeah, go on.
on the Bethany thing, is this why Bethany was just like blank? Because they drug Bethany into this somehow, and Bethany was like, oh, I don't want anything to do with this shit. Is that why? Yeah. Because they don't want any traces of her. Something's.
There's something they don't want us to. Probably her location.
I think those ones.
Bingo.
Are important.
What are your guys'
Bingo.
thoughts? What else?
I agree with that, Kim. That's exactly what I thought too.
Logan,
And
Geoff.
So
I don't know.
I would also say that at that very time, there were some major wiretap investigations happening throughout that region, throughout the Pacific Northwest. So it wasn't just a pen, trap, and trace on the particular group of individuals in this case, but right throughout Washington, Idaho, Oregon, there was multiple parallel investigations.
oh yeah,
That's
And-
the whole base of this.
You know, it's so funny, and just what you said with that wiretapping that they were doing, they sure shit could have they were tracking those 3 individuals.
Yep.
But they can't come through with the paperwork on Bryan Kohberger, huh?
yeah, yeah.
So I have a question about the pen, trap, and trace. That would have been something set up previous, correct? And would they have had to know her phone number, and we're going to we're going to trace that specific phone number? Is that what they were doing?
I don't know how the trap and trace thing works. I'm not 100% on that. Something I do need to know, but that's how they found her. And it was from what I understand, I wish Lucy was in here because she could explain it better. What I understand is I don't remember where I read it. They explained how they got the number, and then they went and did the whole
I
trap
thought
and
they
trace
got
thing.
the number from the tower dump, but that's not what this says. That's not what the report says.
Well, by that, I'm glad you brought that up. 2567 is Molly's. That was her number. Okay, that when I just read Slavinsky's report, that was the secondary number that they didn't know who it belonged to at first. Okay, from what I just read, that's hers. When I was reading it, Tomboy went and found and said, "Yeah, that's Molly's number." So explain that to me then, with what you just said, Kim. That's what I don't understand. They had
did
her.
she turn it off? Did she turn her phone off?
It doesn't mean.
Why are you so concerned?
Think about this. Let me tell you this. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand that. And if anybody in here does understand that, there are some things that we don't quite get, guys. I promise you, as hard as we've tried, there's things that still make no sense that we don't understand. I don't know how they work. I know how they do it, but I don't know how they do it, if that makes any sense. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, Kaylee in the chat is saying that they didn't get her by pen, trap, and trace.
Yeah.
But that's what the report that we just read makes it seem.
Yeah. That's how
So-
they told us.
Before this report came out, we thought they found Molly from the tower dump, was always my understanding.
So they just straight sent that bullshit, and her being there was for purpose.
I don't think that's how they got Molly. I think they got Molly by trying to doing a pen, trap, and trace maybe on Dylan's phone to try and figure out who this 351 saved contact was.
That could
And that's
be.
when they realized what number it was, and that, or just in the background, Molly's phone was giving a handshake to Dylan's phone, and that's how they found Molly's number.
What if it was Molly?
Yeah, right.
Well, Molly being, as she said in a body cam video, that she was an informant or words to
Yeah.
that effect. I'm trying to remember the video. But the pen, trap, and trace data was from the FBI. So it was Molly's data even from the relationship with this case, or was there that overlap existed in this parallel investigation?
Yes.
Well,
I mean, will we know?
If you remember, guys, in the very beginning, they told us that the DoorDash driver came forward within 24 hours and turned themselves in, and that was the initial narrative we were told, and we believed that for 3 years. And then a year ago, it came forward that she was found via the pen, trap, and trace, and we were like, what? Okay, so she didn't come forward voluntarily. They had to go find her. So, and I saw Kaylee in there saying that isn't how they found her. I'd like to truly understand exactly what they did. Oh, wait.
A geofence.
They got her through Google Geofence, different than a tower. So that's what we were reading today. That's how, okay, thank you, Kaylee. I was misunderstanding that earlier, too.
Thank you. Yes.
So just like they were explaining, let me tell you something, okay? Or know this, or whatever that fool says. The way they explained the Google geofencing, one of the main things they said was they ran the geofencing on Bryan's phone along with all of the victims and all their friends. And there's no connection between Bryan and any of them. He was nowhere near them based on the geofencing. So that, if they ran it based on the geofencing, that explains how they found out who it was. If she was there that night, that would explain that then. So that's, I believe, that makes sense. So they ran the geofence. They found that number was there. They tracked the number to her, and boom. That makes
It's
perfect
the
sense.
funniest shit how they sent this to the public with the two most confusing things: DNA and freaking cell phone, freaking tower record, whatever. Yeah, tracking. Yep.
Yeah. We can probably towards the end of the show, Kaylee. Definitely, we could probably do that for sure. But when we have a guest, we try to give them the platform for the period of time we have, and then towards the end of the show, we can have people call in for sure. No worries. Why did they have to geofence Molly if they had DoorDash info?
I think they were geofencing just a bunch of shit, and they just
Because
happened.
sorry.
No, go ahead. You can.
Sorry.
No, you're gonna correct my
My
bullshit.
brain or my mouth didn't stop before. Because that phone number is her throwaway phone and not her actual phone.
That makes sense.
Like a burner.
Yeah.
Right. That
I
was
said
her
something
drug
about
phone.
that. Okay. That's what I had brought up a couple months ago. I was wondering that, but that's a good point. Very good point. That does make more sense.
And they got cell site data for everybody's phone except Bryan's. I read that in the report. Which again kind of supports the PSYOP theory that we've all been talking about.
Why were they so concerned? Why would they go? Why? To prove it to? I don't even know.
So can I point out where the PSYOP theory starts for me?
Please do.
And it was actually through doing some research on Bryan's journey to Washington. And thanks to Sleuth O'Dare, who's in chat, I think, of pointing out that DeSales University has a partnership with Homeland Security for their criminal justice programs that includes internships.
Ooh.
And
really?
then there's a 6-month blackout window from when he resigned from Pleasant Valley High School as a campus security guard to when he arrived in Pullman.
Can I speak on this?
Please.
Because you're the only person that has touched on this besides myself, sir.
Yeah.
And I can't get away from this. I talked on this again today. Did you read any parts of the James Patterson book, sir, by chance?
Yes.
If you did, okay. Did you read the point in there where there's a chapter where it's Michael Kohberger, Bryan's father, runs into Bryan's best friend's mother in the I think it's the drugstore, the CVS or something, and they're having the discussion back and forth. She says, "I'm sorry, to hear about Bryan," so on and so forth. His dad says, that wasn't him. She says, "Not the Bryan I know." And then, she says, I'm shortening it up, of course, because I can't remember word for word, but she says, did you tell Bryan about Jeremy passing all this and that? And he's like, yes, I did. I couldn't do it right away because Bryan was gone for a period of time, and it kind of says, I don't really know where he was. But then when he did come back, then, we told him all about that. You saying and it was between schooling. He wasn't in rehab. That had been done for a long time. He wasn't in schooling anywhere else. He was gone for a period of time and then just reappeared and then went to WSU.
Yep.
So thank you for pointing that out, sir.
Something is wrong here.
Thank you. Yes.
100%. And that explains all the other things in this case of not getting his cell site data, over sealing of documents, the over redaction, the stories being made up.
The secrecy. Yes.
What was the, what role did he actually obtain?
Thank you.
That took him to Pullman, Washington.
So with that being said,
he
was there more time than we thought.
Oh, probably. And he was also referred by his DeSales professor to that specific place. Okay. So you take all that into account. What does that leave you with, folks?
He could have stumbled across something, buddy.
Something
That debunked my theory.
he was doing something. He was working for somebody, something, or maybe I'm. There's something there, folks. We know Bryan because of something. We don't know him for no reason. There's a reason we know him.
We were talking backstage before you went live around people with neurodiversity and their, hyperfocus. You can have this sort of what people think is distraction, but it's the back of mind thinking. But then that hyperfocus, you can dig into data like nothing else. I've done it on the DNA stuff. I've spent 2 months buried in what the hell is DNA. But what I'm asking is, like, what data did Bryan come across in some role that made him a target?
This makes you wonder, the whole thing that he applied for the position at the police department or whatever. When he was going through this phase, was that really not the case? And whatever he was tied to in school, he was excelling in. And he's like, no, I applied for that position. Sorry, I don't want to take it. I have something else now going on. And they were just like, oh, they spun off of it.
And we all know there was one hell of a sex scandal going on in Pullman. WSU PD was littered with all sorts of accusations. We had multiple officers that resigned and left. And they were threatening. I mean, they were attacking basically students, sexually assaulting students on campus. So
that's exactly where my theory started, was looking at the timeline of when he arrives in Pullman.
Yep.
Was he looking at data at WSU? Because it wouldn't be normal for, so they find out that WSU PD did not report the sexual assault of Matt Kurt to the university. It was kept within WSU PD.
Yes.
Then you have the chief, the captain, and the
assistant chief, captain, chief, and the sergeant. Yes.
Yeah, and then so the heads all resign, and then it's not until November 1, 2022 when Matt Kurt resigned.
That's it.
Because the investigation focused from the 3 heads of the department who all resigned to then focus just on him. And this amazing thing with the Office of the Inspector General, if you're in a law enforcement role and you resign, you're not obliged to participate in the interviews.
Exactly.
It blows my mind.
It's absolutely convenient, isn't it?
It all ties.
Another piece to that too, and I think it's WSU, where Truth and Transparency had the data sheets of the substances that they were confiscating off the streets, and then and then they need to account for them, right, when they destroy them. And she went through all the different years, and it just wasn't adding up.
No, of course. And she's on the screen.
Where are those products going?
Good point. Yeah. Good point.
I think there have been some things going on around there that you would pick up digitally.
Yes. And very, very good point, Kim. Now, also, let me add to this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I swear to God, I read somewhere that at some point Bryan was trying to create a model of a plan of sorts to show how to create a safer atmosphere on campus for colleges, or something in that realm. Was one of his things, I think. If I'm wrong, please correct me, anybody.
That sounds familiar. I just don't know where I read that.
Right. That's why I can't remember either.
I swear this boiled down to something about spotting like crime faster or something. What the hell was this? I'm trying to...
What was the question again? I was reading a comment. I'm sorry.
Well, didn't Bryan come up with some sort of a... When he did his interview, he presented, I think, some form of a plan that he was creating or working on or something on how to make like campuses safer, or something in that aspect, if from the situations. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, if this is true, thank you, Lana. We love you, hon. Appreciate you very much. But if this is true, it makes me wonder, did he present this to Janke when he did his interview? And there's one part of it, but to get that plan that he was building, if this is true, did he start looking into stuff there to create this plan? And that's when he fell into the hole. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think too, what was just brought up with that whole possible of how much longer he was actually there is very important.
Yeah. I'll also point out that Jenkins was retiring, and then instead
Yeah.
of retiring, once the heads of WSU PD all leave, he then takes over the role.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got at Pullman Police, there was Opka North, trying to remember, there was a whole bunch of sexual assault allegations of
Yes.
the officers there as well. And
Right.
it just seemed to be this, let's cover our butts here and cover our butts there.
Yeah.
Of course.
The shuffle.
Congrats, Miss Lana, on a month. Who's this for?
That's
It's
Kim.
over here at my channel. Hi, Lana.
Coop.
Thank you.
Aw, that's so cool. Supporting everybody. I love it.
Yeah.
Happy peep anniversary.
Put some peeps in the chat, you guys.
But that
There's
would
some
be
peeps
interesting.
In the chat. There's some peeps in the chat.
Oh, that's another song I gotta get.
Bruh.
It would be interesting if, I think that is the biggest thing that everybody wants to know is where did Bryan come from, how, but I'm with you on what you believe, Geoff, because if any of that's true, what we just talked about, if Bryan was putting together some kind of a safety plan for college campuses on how to police them better or to protect students better in that aspect, and he's doing the research to build that. And when he's doing that research, he's looking into these things and found something out that was like, holy shit, because it's obvious that he's a deep researcher. He's not just one of these guys that was doing some kind of surface shit and moved on with it. You know what I mean? He doesn't play games. He gets into the real deal. And that's my biggest thing right there is I believe it's very possible that could be what it is.
And then you have WSU police officer finding the white Elantra, WSU providing CCTV footage of the Elantra saying he was here at this time.
Well, where the hell's all the action around his apartment? I'm sure as shit that other than them stupid ass the video they sent at night of around whatever over there. Yeah, no. There's more than that. There's more cameras. You gotta be shitting me.
Well, the thing with Curtis Whitman that Lana brought up, that whole thing with Curtis Whitman, that presents a huge problem, you guys. If you think about how that went down, he didn't even write down Bryan's current license plate number, I think, when he was turning everything in. So in turn, yes.
How can we prove that? I was trying to think when were his traffic stops? We need a photo evidence of his license plate on the car after he was in the DMV and before they wrote down his license plate.
Yeah.
We need footage somewhere in there. We need footage.
Anyone remember what the question for Lucy Morningstar was that we were
talking? Yeah, she's in Kim's chat, by the way.
I'm trying to
find
it.
We already figured it out. It was something about the pen trace thing.
Can I also
the pen trap and trace. Yeah.
We haven't seen Sherlock for a while. Hello.
Lucy, can you explain to us, please, what a pen trap and trace is, how it works, and what they did with it? Please.
Buckle up.
She's going to say, I did a video on that.
Well, right.
No. She's about ready to script it out, Kimmy.
Please, you got some explaining to do. I'm just
I
kidding.
think that's one of the most rewarding things in this case is the community. Like
oh my God,
all of the people that I'm seeing in chat, all of the channels that I'm watching, like coming together and actually realizing that this is completely fucked up.
And,
you know, because there are times when you think, oh, am I just losing my mind?
Yeah.
It makes none of it makes any sense.
Yeah.
At all.
My name is Geoff.
I used to think I was losing my mind, but the more and more I actually read the documents and dig into it, I now say, how do they not see this?
Thank you.
How do they not see it?
And I've come to the conclusion, Logan, because they don't want to. They don't want to. That's the only thing that makes that make any sense.
The parents.
In the recent document drop, there's the DNA experts doing the analysis, and I still haven't found anything in even the expert defense disclosures around the fact that Q1.1 had more male DNA than total human DNA. Like scientific impossibility.
Oh, wow.
All of the forensic science in that DNA testing was completely screwed from even just swabbing instead of doing tape lift on leather. Like the entire process is so messed up. And yet there are so many of those errors not mentioned in that report that we've just received.
Uh-huh.
Blows my mind.
I fully agree with you.
And one other, while I'm on there, I think in a video I did on the DNA, was on the 18th. Yeah, 18th of November, 5:21 p.m. They've just received, ISP Forensics in Meridian have just received the samples of M2022 4870. So Showalter and kind of Chestnut, Kohberger, whoever it was. They've received that an hour earlier, and then there's a submission from Blaker, which also includes a resubmission of 1.1, even though those samples were already consumed in testing. It was an empty packet they put back in the evidence locker, but then there's a resubmission. Just happens to be around an hour after those samples came in.
Ooh.
Both done by
Isn't that convenient?
Arredondo.
Gotta love the convenience of this case.
I wonder
And
what
yeah.
No, you go. I'm good.
I was just going to say the Arredondo family, and I don't know if there's any family tree mapping genealogy, but there's a lot of Arredondos. It's a common surname, but even within the region, with some of the drug distribution rings and some of the corruption, has a similar surname.
I'd like to know when Pennsylvania got done with his car, when they got it, and when they were done with it.
Tomboy thinks that they went over his car and then it was taken. She made a huge point to me yesterday, I think it is. And it really is blowing my mind recently because there was a secondary swab done. When I think that they went through his car and PA first, and then they took it back to
something changed.
Moscow. Okay, and think about that whole thing that we were talking about last night. So I'll get into it a little bit more in depth here when we get past it. It's something else, but there's something interesting about that for sure. Because I don't believe that Bryan's DNA was on the sheet. I don't. I never have, but I really don't at this point. Hold on a minute. It was tit for tat.
And with the forensic testing of that sheath sample, the fact they can match it to anyone is magic, because the science of it was so completely.
I think their magic was that name Othram. There's a reason why Othram was brought into this at a certain point in time, and I think they brought Othram in at this time, like when this car came back to them. I don't know. It all pins.
Got you. So Lucy says pen register is the monitoring the line. Hold on. Where's the other one, Lucy? And registers are almost exclusively used alongside trap and trace devices, which record the originating incoming phone numbers or IP addresses of communications in real time. Is there more? She usually does a couple. Sometimes they claim a 15-minute delay, but I think that's BS. Is there more? Thank you, Lucy.
And so I've got a question for Lucy around the pen, trap, and trace. So there was rumors of a Stingray, and that's like a van that is within that catchment area. Does that mean the Stingray van would have a pen, trap, and trace device within it, or is that a completely separate thing?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
Very good question.
I have to do more research on it. Yeah. I have a spreadsheet of all the wiretaps that happened in North America through about 5 or 6 years, but there's already so much data to get through. And many nights I've ended up on an FBI or CIA page without even realizing.
She said the line, not the contents. Is that answered? Wait. What was your question again, Geoff?
About
around the Stingray.
Oh,
Yeah,
the Stingray. Okay, sorry.
The trap and trace equipment stays inside the vehicle.
Got it. Yeah.
Hmm.
So it would be a component within a Stingray operation device.
Right.
Yeah.
So is it?
Jesus.
So they know.
Oh,
You just squirrel brained the shit out of my ass. God dang it, Geoff.
It says law enforcement agencies often use modified unmarked trucks or vans equipped with mobile cell site simulators, often called Stingrays. These devices mimic legitimate cellular towers, forcing nearby phones to connect to the van instead of a real tower.
And
Yep.
Lucy said that it monitors the communication, but not the content of the message.
right. So it just shows, like it shows that there's a call that's made, but you don't know what, or a message sent, but you just don't know what that was about. That's all.
Now, if you remember, I don't know why, but there were other creators long ago, like from the beginning, that had a hunch, or I don't know how they knew, but they talked about a stingray being in the area that night.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So with what was just said, why do I feel like that's the only records that we're getting of these phones? Is that bullshit? There's no detail.
But
right?
think about it. If there was one in the area that night, they could have been. We know the cops were out there. We know they were doing, their little party patrol stuff.
Yeah.
If they maybe knew, like maybe they were supposed to be protecting
Am I left field on what I just said
the
though?
house or whatever, and they would know that these devices are there and communicating. And I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there because that was one of those things that
I feel like that's the point.
Well, if you look through the Aryan indictments and some of the other trafficking rings in the DEA, DOJ
Oh yeah.
reports and news releases, there are many around that time that are talking about arrests made after a wiretap investigation. So
Yes.
there's active wiretaps across that region for quite a period of time.
That could explain the parallel investigations going on around that whole point in time. So yeah, absolutely. And then of course we know what happened in March, that big bust that happened that included all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, absolutely, 100%. I agree with that, Geoff. For sure. Excuse me, guys. I'll be right back. Carry on.
I have a question for you, Geoff. If you could ask one witness from this case, witness, survivor, somebody who is, just a key character in this case, if you could ask them one question and they had to answer it truthfully, who would you choose and what would you ask them?
Damn, that is a really good question. That requires some thinking. I would, God, that is.
I'll tell you, mine would more than likely be Dylan. And since they have to answer truthfully, I would probably just ask what really happened that night.
Or Nate Rosendahl.
Yeah.
Officer Nate. I don't know. There's too many answers to that question, Logan. It's
there's a lot of to choose from.
Maybe people should put in chat what they think their answer to that question is, because I'm stumped. I could have 10 different priorities.
Oh yeah. Hey, chat. If you guys could pick one witness from this case, they have to answer truthfully, and you could ask them one question, who would it be and what would you ask them? Let us know.
So not Bryan. Just witnesses. Because if I picked one person, I would pick Bryan.
No, yeah, you can pick Bryan. Why not?
And then,
trying to
then
decide
comes the
what
question
I
of
would. Yeah, if you have
the
to
question.
answer. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say we've picked someone, but what's the question that you want to ask them?
I know.
Yeah.
I'm deciding about that night, or to really tell us if he was involved in any like undercover work. But it would have to be that night, describe your whole night.
Jeff H says he would ask Murphy, do you like Purina One lamb or oatmeal?
Jeff H. always with deep investigation, the smart questions out there.
Perfect question, Geoff. Let's see what I got.
Bobby says they would ask Jack Showalter and what Maddie told Adam.
Oh yeah.
Es importante.
Yep, there's a lot. Adam, what did Maddie tell him? Hunter Chapin. Some people, Allie says they'd ask Loach, why did you kill Ethan?
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
You gotta be kidding me. Anybody is suspicious.
Lisa Winchester says Bethany and what happened. That's a very good question. I mean, when you look at the two survivors, one who always wanted to go home for Thanksgiving, and yet she's one of the three or so phones, 3 or 4 phones that they didn't get the data for.
Artie says they'd ask Bethany, can you back up Dylan's story?
Hell no. She was just so vague. Hey. Welcome back.
I mean,
we've got
maybe Chief Jenkins on, having to answer truthfully. Why was Bryan not selected for the role, or what was the, what's the inside scoop on what happened at WSU PD?
Do you know that they don't have, there was I forget which newspaper it was, maybe the Idaho Statesman, I'm not sure, but they FOIA requested the documents pertaining to that position, and they had nothing on file, no acceptance or no
Denial.
No denial letters.
Bryan said that he looked into that too from Bryan's ramblings and said that he swears to God that they hired Bryan. And I don't even know, you guys. I don't even know what to say to that.
Well,
I feel Bryan was hired not necessarily by that department though.
Yeah, that's what
I have to agree with that because, and I've said this, I think to Dago probably 100 times too, is we've seen that document where it says a black box because it's redacted and it's an email and it says employee email on top of it, but it's Bryan's email.
Yeah.
And that redaction would only happen from a government or federal account.
I wonder which department he would have went into. I wonder. Internal affairs.
So looking, and as I do a deep dive on some of this, looking at the relationship with DeSales University and Homeland Security. Yeah. And thank you, Sleuthy, again for the heads up on that. There's a sub-department within Homeland Security Investigations, and they have this sort of combined powers of several departments beyond what just, say, Customs and Border Protection have, or TSA have, or any of the other sub-departments. They can do drugs, they can do trafficking, they have I'm trying to remember the list of what they're actually their role entails and the scope of it, but it's pretty broad and it would cover everything in this theory of the case.
Interesting. Good point.
If you look at a number of the DEA and DOJ news releases, and certainly those with Mr. Joshua Hurwitz, the OCDTF and Homeland Security Investigations are partnered on many of those presses.
Wow. Okay.
I don't think we focus enough on the significance of her
No.
being involved. Like that was
Yeah.
so telling.
Well, I talked about that yesterday. That's good that you brought that up too, because everybody was like, "Gosh, Hurwitz, this and that," and then they're saying that he was brought on board because of Brian's psyche vows, and I said, "No, no, 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 that no."
Like they cared
Look,
about that.
look, right? They sealed it, of course, yeah, but they did not bring a man on board that dealt with basically drugs. Okay, in an ass and what he did to deal with the psyche vow. Come on. That
Yeah.
just makes no sense. I think they brought him on board to corral the possibility of this breaking down and had him there so that they could handle it if it were to happen. Okay.
I mean,
But
I think
they tried to keep it out the whole time. Go ahead. Sorry, Geoff.
they had him. No. They had him there to shut down the case.
Yeah.
It's in the best interest of everyone, I think was his words, or I might be paraphrasing. They had him there to basically get this thing wrapped up and out of the public eye because there was shit hitting the fan.
Okay, we all know that they disallowed for anything that had anything to do with drugs to be involved in this case the whole time.
Yeah.
And if it would have came to the table, which it's very likely it was coming, okay? Well, maybe. That would have blown this whole thing out, I think, completely, because people would have would have had to look into that aspect.
Yeah.
And it would have blown it up, I think. And that's
And what
why
was
I thought
really
they brought him
behind
on
their
board.
bullshit.
Well,
Right.
One of the things I did recently was look at the report item 71. Can't remember the report number, but item 71 being the blue powder of an unknown quantity found in a bag in Xana's bedroom. That if you ignore the fact that they put it down to being amphetamines, when you actually just take the data tables itself, it says there is all this background noise that masks out any of the opioids. No other tests were done for opioids.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And not only that, there's nothing in any of those data tables that explain why the powder was blue.
Yeah, exactly.
But let's
Because
not talk about fentanyl being the biggest killer of Americans between 18 and 45, as stated by the DEA. Let's ignore all of that.
Yeah.
And make all this noise in the background to cover any other drug.
Yeah.
Right. And then make sure you remember that with the Jesse James Bailey drug bust, what the main drug that was wrapped up in that was. Okay. Don't forget any of that. I agree with that.
Yeah, during a time that Adderall was in a shortage because of 2020. Shocker.
I've got my Excel spreadsheet open in the background and 813 rows of federal events that I've collected between the CJNG, the Sinaloa cartel, the Aryans, other minor drug trafficking rings. And there's a lot of crossover between Nevada, Idaho, Washington, California,
Arizona.
Starting at a particular time?
Look, I started collecting it from 2019 onwards, I think, which is when the Aryan Brotherhood indictments, I think it was Aryan Brotherhood got taken down, or Universal Aryan Brotherhood, then the Aryan Knights, and the Aryan family moved in to take on the territory that was left vacant by the Aryan Knights, which included that part of Washington.
Yeah.
So the data that you're looking at, you wouldn't be able to go, oh, I see a spike at this point in time. No.
If I actually took the text out of those
Gotcha.
news releases.
Yep. Okay, that's what I was trying to.
Maybe
we'll talk later about that.
Well,
on my
that
thoughts.
might be for another.
Yeah.
Interesting. But it's obvious that I think all of us are on the same page, Geoff. Truly and honestly, because we all have the same thoughts as to where we believe this is sitting at this point, and the basis behind it truly makes sense.
It's the only rational theory that actually makes sense. That if you can't substantiate anything else through any of the evidence, any of the documents, anything that is the official narrative, then if they were to unredact all the documents, unseal everything, you'd get the real story. Until that time,
Right.
we
Yeah.
can only go on what we see. But then
And you gotta think like what was washed out at this
what do
point
we
in time and
not-
what we're seeing. Like they washed out, especially in that stupid light bulb cam. There's a reason. They washed out so much shit.
You'll see in the data from Sci-Ray about there being exclusions of cell tower data for the cell tower that showed Bryan was traveling south, not east over to Moscow.
Yeah.
And what else was it in there? God, there were so many booms in that document that I've barely slept last night getting through the 1,000 pages.
No, I get that. I've been going insane looking through them. Okay, let me ask you this then, since we brought these because the two that I've covered the most over the past couple of days was Slavinsky and Sci-Ray. What? I mean, it's blatant. It's blatant in both documents. Both people, both experts are the same person basically. The documents are almost identical. Let me ask you real quick what your thoughts are behind that, real quick, Geoff. If you have any. If you don't, we can move past it.
Not that come to mind at the moment, given
I have a question
the
too.
time of morning and staying up all night reading this thing.
No, I get it. That's good. And that's fine. No problem. What was your question, Kim?
So you guys may have a direct answer for this, or we could brainstorm. But if we're all thinking this along the same lines of the connections and the theories, and then why do they have to hide it and cover it up? Why can't it be known?
I think
Because
it spoiled their that big bust that was after this. You know, they had these wiretaps going on these guys, and there was just so much attached to it that the three-letter word came in, and they said, whatever squiggled out and happened with this when the one guy disappeared, in my opinion, they were like, yeah.
I think because law enforcement's involved within the whole situation, Kim. I think they're right in the middle of it. If that makes any sense to you. I think they
sense. They both make sense, and
they're in their town using them for, like, let's say intel and stuff. So it's they almost have to work together, and they're all working for this big goal.
I think they're in the pocket. I think PD's in the pocket.
I feel like if it's Mike's reasoning, then Bryan is like involved on the good side of things, like undercover some way or something. And a viewer had made a comment a while ago about how interesting it is that they had to leak that footage of Bryan in prison, like when he was walking. Like, it was so odd to do that, you know, like they're proving, like they had to prove that's where he was or something. Because how does that get leaked? That stuff can't be leaked, and it's tracked. Let me tell you, my daughter worked as a whatever the jailers are called for a little while, just a few months, but that was leaked. So
there's also the image that made all the media headlines of the thumbs up. That was one of the first kind of deep dives I did of going, it doesn't make sense. So I used an algorithm to extract all of the images from that document and whatever metadata was left, which was bugger all, but then actually looking at the pixels of that image, it's very, very clear it's been doctored. It's been shopped to fit the thumb doesn't quite have the right pixelation or color gradation. Like that, I've got a software tool. I'll find it. Maybe that's for the next time we chat.
Yeah.
Because I went down the rabbit hole on that one as well, going, I think that's when I got the most outrage, when really early on in the case, was this image is very, very clearly a manipulated image, yet it's being touted across every media station as this is him after the crime, you know, in his bathroom, clean shirt, thumbs up.
How about the one with the face he was making where his lips are like all curled up? Like, I wonder if that's manipulated too, because that was so odd. Different.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the images that were the main ones taken by the media that were not the original image. And as you see on his phone, there's multiple photos of like stupid faces. I do it all the time. I won't on this live, just for all your benefit. Just looking at the cover image for this live, I was like, I better get a headshot done because it was a screen grab.
That's true. That's true. How many selfies do we take? And we're like, that's not a good one. That's not a good one. That's not a good one.
I do think, Geoff, in my defense, I think I did send one email that asked you for something.
Probably.
Artwork,
and
picture.
Yeah, Mikey, absolutely. It's not your fault. It's mine.
I'm just playing with you, though.
No, seriously. Like
I did have to screenshot you.
Yeah. And I'll
it was
I'll
rough,
call
bud. Trust me.
the paparazzi and get a headshot to you for next time.
There was some good. There was some. I'll show you the ones that I did get.
I'll just point out in the comments. Kate Arretti, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, says the Barnharts were making fun of the selfie so unprofessional. And I find it really interesting around the relationship of the Barnharts with the university and Emma Bailey, because Cindy Barnhart, her daughter was in a gymnastics team, I think it was, from recollection, with Emma. They've been like growing up together, best mates.
Wow.
Best mates.
Interesting.
Yeah. I've got so many many files and bits and pieces that connect this.
That was a barn fart, Joey.
I didn't know they were actually from that area. The Barnharts are from that area.
Wait a minute.
Boise or whatever.
Aren't the Barnharts in Washington?
I don't know, but Cindy Barnhart is.
That's just a stone throw away.
Partner. They both work for the University of Idaho. I'll find the receipts, because that's what we do. We bring the receipts. One other thing I found going through information, and this is something I covered in my last live, was around after the crimes, and there's a big grant for the university for security funding, and whether it's the only company or one of the companies that provides security to the University of Idaho is CMS Starplex, who are generally an events company. Two of their employees happen to be Ben Mogan and Corey Hatrock.
Yeah.
And so there's a little bit of an overlap there. Then when I went through documents, because I was just pulling out those receipts, I found someone, Amy Rose, and I went, that name rings a bell. And then if you look at Bethany's accident report, I think it's the third document where it lists the people involved in that accident. Amy Rose Mora is one of the people involved in that accident, who also works for Starplex. And I'm like, were they traveling in the same car together? Is there,
that's an event company, correct?
It's an event company. Interestingly, they're the only event company that have their own cell tower licenses that cover all of Seattle right through to the fringes of Idaho in that North Idaho region, and just across the border into Canada as well.
This is real. I know.
It's real.
Yeah, because I know the university and some of that they have a lockdown on their own. It's weird.
Yeah, I just find it interesting that with the connection between some of their employees, that you've got this private events firm that have their own private cell towers covering everything from the Seattle Tacoma airport right through to the fringes of Moscow and maybe just beyond. It just is a little bit coincidental, maybe.
There's big money in that game.
Like, you mean like their own phone tower, like their own phone company tower? They're just, and they're permanent fixtures that they have established.
Correct.
Wow.
You
so
know
that
what?
they can have like major concerts or something, or
they provide event security and a number of other services. And there was an interesting article around Starplex being involved with a Fish concert, I think back in
Fish,
back in the 80s and 90s,
yes.
around there being something sold in, what was it? It was balloons sold with
the
nitrous oxide in
Uh-huh.
balloons, which was kind of a known thing for fish concerts.
Whippets.
Yeah,
And then
basically,
there was
kind of.
some,
It's a little different.
I think
I
there were
have not.
people who got assaulted with rocks being thrown at them at that concert, and Starplex went to court because they were meant to be, they would have been aware of these issues around the fish concerts, etc. And it would appear that it was very much a racially motivated attack. So you have this white extremist behavior along with drugs, and you have Starplex involved yet again. I find it, there's too many coincidences in this case. It might not be at all connected, but they're just, all these loose threads keep wrapping around each other to go, what about this?
Yeah. I still don't know if I understand why an event company has their own cell towers.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me.
And their
I mean,
head
it could be a dual purpose. I mean, what kind of grants and shit did they get to put up the cell towers, etc.? What do they get paid for?
Them up, Mikey, they don't put them up. They just get licenses from the.
Gotcha.
They get a license to cover on that wave. They might have their own.
Oh, I feel you now. Yeah, I thought they were like their own.
They get licensing for that coverage area.
That's weird.
Oh, like their own like Wi-Fi type.
Their own cell phone network, like law enforcement or the university or any of the other. Most of the cell towers in that area are either the major phone carriers, their law enforcement, their government, or their microwave arrays for high-speed internet or other services. And there's bugger all coverage across the Palouse for AT&T.
But think about the protection that would offer if you were doing illicit. It's a good cover because they travel. They're in different places.
Yeah.
They could transport, deliver.
No wonder why they can't get coverage at Burning Man.
Their head office is in Portland, Oregon, and it's a massive building right next to the airport. Now, having worked for an events company for several years, it's human services. It's people on the ground delivering a person-centered service. What is the giant warehouse for?
Let me guess. Their owners are overseas.
The owner lives in.
It's for the semis that are coming up from California. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Oh my goodness!
That's what we're all thinking, right?
My name is Geoff.
And look, crazy theory, but as I said, when all these little pieces to go, well, looking at the list of federal indictments and the things happening across Oregon, across Idaho, Washington, Nevada, and California, to then find those little connections that have some thread that connects to this case. Dago, as you said, everything seems to connect. I thought I was going mad. I thought I was going completely nuts.
Well, you're now mad with 4 others.
Fantastic.
Yep.
So what? Okay, let me ask you this: do you expect anything going forward, coming up anywhere? Like, are you looking for anything to come down the pike now, Geoff? After what we've seen coming forward, I know this is the question everybody's asking.
The press conference where Bryan's there with senior officials from some government agency talking about the takedown of this massive thing. Maybe that's a pipe dream. What I'm looking forward to is just getting to the end of this when
True.
I understand why he hasn't appealed yet, because who would want to go back into the lion's den if Idaho? Wait for that to exhaust itself, and then I think that there has to be a period of time for those opportunities to exhaust themselves before you can go to a federal level.
Makes you wonder, was saying that though, is this all part of the timing for that? Because certain things have to come out to assist. And at some point, what I feel we're coming up on is somebody that's has their name in what we're seeing right now is gonna go, whoa, 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 I'm exposed. I don't know. It could be
Yeah.
this timing is weird.
If you look at the timing of any of the unsealing or number of these things, it's sort of things are slowing down, or there's a certain part of the narrative they want released. It seems very odd timing.
Autopsy stuff.
Oh, the timing is huge with this.
Confirming stuff that now
Not-
we're seeing that's confirming that. Yeah,
I don't
know.
care if it's 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. That's not the timing I'm interested
Yeah.
in at all. The timing's around that much broader lens of the economic, the political timing, the social timing, the economic timing of all those different things.
Yeah. Yes. Something. I think something's coming. I've been saying that for a long time. I know people think I'm insane, and that's okay. It's just nothing else. I can't see all of these things happening that have happened, that have just been happening. The way that what we're seeing in the documents, I can't see this stuff coming out like this and something not happening. If that makes any sense.
100%. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, I'm starting to cover my walls in tinfoil just in case. I have the luxury of a bit of distance.
Believe me, I fully get it.
What's the date? September something?
Oh my goodness.
I think it's September 3rd.
September 3rd is what I was going to say. Yeah.
Kathy has covered some good points on that. There was one thing that she said that I can't remember, but
yeah,
I swear he has to wait for some. I don't know.
Kathy's Indie Zone. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very quickly, Tara D1X3V. Yes, I'm an Aussie.
Yes.
When everybody says he has to exhaust his appeals, he hasn't done any of them yet. So he has to do one before September 3rd. Is that
That's what I'm confused about. I didn't think he had to do anything at this point other than try to go for post-conviction relief, because I didn't think he had that many options left at all.
I just sent a bat signal for Kathy.
I wish Kathy was in here right now.
and then post-conviction relief, if that's not considered an appeal, is now covered more broadly because of the new federal law. He has more options for that. If he wants to state a claim. So if he wanted to say there was prosecutorial misconduct, or if he wanted to say, I don't know what the other examples are, but there's more of them now. And I also don't know, did that new law eliminate a timeline?
That was my question too.
Deadline, I should say.
Man.
I have notes about it somewhere, but I don't know where they're at.
That is, I cannot believe you, Kim.
What?
You can't find the notes. Tab in that book like that. Oh, you did just roll through like 6 notebooks, didn't you?
I'm a pilot.
No, that is her. That's become her Idaho 4 Bible.
Which one?
That's what I call it. The one that has all the tabs. She did amazing with that. That thing cracked me up the first time I saw that. Look at that.
Tabs,
Wow.
the tabs.
Yes.
I almost marked what's on every page in the book, basically.
Finished. The first time she held it up after, I was like, "Holy shit! That's the true crime Bible right there."
Hey, bud. Imagine Carlos's face when he came home from the trip and he saw that and he was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
That's why you've been busy."
She's making sure she can show him the truth.
Oh yeah. By the way, what was it? The 25th. We're gonna have Carlos on.
Yep. Yes. That.
Did we tell
yes,
you, Logan?
you guys. Yeah, we forgot to tell you.
I think I told you in a text.
No.
I asked her the other night. I've been thinking about it for a while, and I was like, you know what, you guys? I said, I want somebody that has an oppositional opinion to what we've been talking about for these past years, and I can't. Most of these people that have this opinion are rude, ignorant, mean, and nasty. So the only person I could think of and plus he's just an awesome dude. Period. Having Carlos join us so that we could have a conversational debate and back and forth with it would have been awesome. So he's going to be joining us. Yeah, the 25th.
Yeah, I don't know if you know,
so
Geoff, but
excited.
that's my husband. And we don't see eye to eye, and I'm
that-
always having to prove
what
everything.
That's what I love about most of the people, well, all of the people here, many in the chat, is like inviting different views to go,
Yeah.
Tell me why you think what you think, rather than just posting a bomb and
Turn
running.
and burn.
Exactly.
Oh,
Thank you.
guilty,
A
and then
Viv.
disappear. Is actually explain your thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I've asked time and time again. If you, I'll
Reason
listen
and
to you.
logic.
Yes. Show me what you see that I don't see. Let's talk about it. No, instead I get, you're a jackass. You're a conspiracy theorist. You're an idiot. You're the okay, then fine.
Yeah.
I can come back with the same stuff. By the way, Geoff, I've had a few people tell me for some reason, I don't know why, that your screen looks black to them. Are you having any kind of technical
No,
issues?
I think they're talking on the Truth Neurons channel. I was trying to set up a co-stream with Mikey, but it
okay.
hasn't quite come through. I did start doing it at the beginning, but then it cut all the audio out from our chat, and all of you went silent. I'm like, right. So I pulled the pin on it.
Okay.
I have a strange screen up that I can't actually get to put a comment on my own channel of saying, hey, the link is over here. Come and watch it here.
Got you. Okay, then. All right.
Yeah.
Well, there's the answer, you guys that are struggling with that. That's what happened.
Best laid plans, but
I definitely beat my tech on that. I told Dago, I said, Bud, I said, I'm techie, but you definitely got me on that when you said what you said in that email. I was like, oh yeah.
Well, that the
I've
coding
been
is
since the .com boom, so
yes. The coding is from the old way that we had to start doing this out here, and we don't have to do that stuff anymore. And I've never really used it other than like maybe for the first month, and then I went right with StreamYard and all that kind of stuff. It's so much easier, but the coding stuff, when I first saw it, was like, what in the hell is this? So I understood what he was saying right away, but unfortunately, StreamYard is, they like to rip people off. I'll be honest with you, and you have to have a certain tier for it to stream.
Most of these platforms do.
Yeah.
And then I tried OBS, but I've had too many.
Oh my God, no.
Yeah, that's
OBS.
That's a whole other rabbit hole.
OBS will make me quit YouTube. It'll make me quit. Mikey, you know it because you tried it too.
Well, yeah, it's good for one person and like recording. But if you got to add guests, it's a juggle.
Yeah, this is the best way to do it.
Maybe we'll work it out for next time.
Yes. Next time when we have Ruby join us.
A bit more coffee, and I might be able to figure something out.
We'll get you worked out one way or another. 100%. We still got people going over and liking the channel though, either way. So that's helpful.
Amazing. I mean, Ruby and I were amazed when we hit 100 subscribers. Remember it like ticking on 99 for so long, and then we look at it now and go, what the hell happened?
Oh, I know.
I love this community for getting involved and posting their comments, and Ruby and I both learned from what we see in the comments of our videos and all the other videos we're watching as well. That's a great comment. All likes matter.
I know.
I love it. I know. Bianca's awesome. Well, I know. Oh, go ahead. No, I have a question I was going to ask you early on and I forgot. I wanted to know, like, the way you saw this, okay, when this came up, how did this hit in Australia for you? Like when this first came out, was it on the national news for you or your local news, or how did this all come through for you?
Still not on the national news. Barely has made a register on any mainstream media over here. But then again, I haven't plugged my TV aerial in for probably a good 8 years or so.
Yeah, I got you.
I have Netflix. I have streaming services.
Yeah, right.
And other than the US media that I've seen on YouTube, there's barely been anything over here that I've seen.
Okay. See, that's what I was wondering, if it was all YouTube or all, YouTube or like any kind of news coverage or anything. Because we have people from all over the world. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I could get nationwide without a doubt because it's a huge case. But I literally in my community have people that come from Thailand, South Africa, Norway, of course, Australia, the UK, A couple
Yeah.
people I've had from Japan. So it's like being seen, obviously, and people have an
Yeah.
interest in it all over the world, which is amazing to me.
I I was showing Ruby a video explaining the magic of YouTube only earlier today when I was posting. Actually, I think it was a TikTok reel. To be honest, it was about someone sharing a channel of unclogging videos. Some Australian guy has an unclogging video where he's like, "Yeah, this is the Lord's work," blah 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 blah, and just absolutely loving what they do. And I said, "There's a channel for everybody."
Oh yeah,
YouTube
Oh, yeah.
is a massive platform that you just get on there and get involved, and there will be people that are in that same tribe.
it's amazing, bro. Anything you can think of. Like I have a secondary channel. It's called Cafe Conspiracy. That is all conspiracy theory stuff and like just weird shit. I also have a toy channel because I'm a toy collector that I never do anything with. I've seen channels for cooking, for knitting, sewing.
Yeah.
I actually saw a channel that was referenced former gang member support group and YouTube, and I went,
Wow.
what?
Yeah.
I mean, I get that. That's awesome. But there's something for everything out here. It's crazy. You're absolutely right.
I have a habit to falling into stuff that isn't in my category because of the creator's personality.
I think I know what some of those things are.
What are you talking about?
I have an idea myself.
Paging. Hey.
When I was doing some previous business consulting, the research I was doing at the time was actually showing that YouTube is a bigger search engine than Google search. Although it's the same company, it's all Alphabet.
Right.
But
Yeah.
there's more people going, how to, what if, asking questions on this platform where they actually get humans in front of them. That barrier between AI generated garbage and people talking about real things.
I come to YouTube first when I need to learn how to do something.
Yeah.
Me too. Yep. I'm
Everything.
the same way.
Yeah.
And I love listening to a real person, and they show you, they walk you through it. Yeah. Excellent.
Sleep theories.
Give us a break or a bonus for the plug, YouTube.
Yeah,
Schmuck.
Jane, I think I might actually need to follow that channel. Sleep it.
So have you I don't mean to ask you because I can't ask her, but is Ruby's take the same as yours on everything, or are you guys
We work quite well together. She's much more being in that psychology domain. She's much more focused on the people and the behavior aspects. I think we're following a page, the behavior panel or the behavior experts. There's 4 guys that are really switched on. Talking about cases and the body language and all that kind of thing. That's her bag. For me, I go sort of big picture. What else is going on outside of that? Because I will just get lost in the minutiae of, was it 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 2:10?
Yeah.
I'll look at the data when it's relevant to look at the data and figure out the missing bit. So we work quite well. She'll do the people stuff, and I'll sort of step out and do a crazy psyop theory. And it's why I started putting those lone wolf videos together, because it was how do I tell the version of events that I'm seeing without saying this happened and this happened. Like let's create some storytelling that is, the truth is stranger than fiction, they say, right? So
absolutely.
Let's get it out there in a way that is still not going to be overly censored, because it's just a story. It's a hypothetical story.
Right.
And much of the stuff has just evolved from, say, how ridiculous is it that Bill Thompson wanted a dollhouse as a demonstrative exhibit? Hi, Thriver 1188. G'day from WA. G'day, mate. And so I did a little AI video of Bill Thompson playing with a doll's house, and then that evolved into, I think if you've seen the intro to my lives, it's this flow-on effect that goes from just about everything that we've talked about in the PSYOP theory to cults to then Bryan waking up from this crazy dream that is the Idaho 4 case.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an interesting case to look at it both from a forensic standpoint and what's missing from the case, what documents are missing, what information's redacted, even to the point, and this is maybe me going down the rabbit hole too far, is getting a report and looking at the font size, matching the font size to see which names would fit in certain areas.
Yeah, I've done that 100%.
How do we exclude people from the list? How do we include?
Yeah.
And even like to this, like the phone stuff. I mean, what was the supposed reason on like there's certain people they couldn't get phone stuff from, supposedly?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Now, I was just going to ask your thoughts about what you thought about them stating they couldn't get Kaylee's phone open and all that kind of stuff. What your thoughts were on all that. Welcome, Grayson.
That's a big one, Dago. That's a real big one. If you look at the Steve Goncalves interviews and we're the family that broke in, we broke in and we helped them, and then there's the other report of, we couldn't get into Kaylee's phone. So part of the other stuff I was looking at was the move to Austin, Texas, and Extreme Networks, and she's got this work laptop. Like there were a lot of devices collected on that evidence log. But the one that was apparently the Extreme Networks one, from what I see in the crime scene photos, I think was in a box up on a shelf.
Yes.
Was that the Extreme Networks one? I think it was. Because why has she got the laptop already? And was it one that was just kept out of sight in a box like it's nothing for potentially? That was the encrypted one, right? The one they couldn't get into the laptop. They ended up getting, it was Harvard, team from Harvard to get into it. And then that information was sent to detective, to Neil Ulrich, who's the Post Falls detective, worked with Marion Fox, gave them the awards for their work. He's also part of the US Secret Service and a Freemason.
Oh.
It's really weird. That whole I lost the whole drive of data, but I've got some receipts somewhere that did that linkage. And
I
the
bet you're
symbolism
pissed.
wild. Yeah. I've gone down many rabbit holes, including one of the things in the funding. So Kootenai County is in Coeur d'Alene, Kootenai County, you've got Ann Taylor from the Public Defender's Office in Kootenai County being death certified, death qualified, whatever it is, public defender. So she represents Bryan on the case because there's not many people that can do that. But the case is moved to Ada County. So Ada County bill, how does it work? Kootenai County bill Ada County for Ann's payroll. Now that payroll is part of the county funding, along with the deputy prosecutor in that region, who is Stanley Mortensen. And all of that funding is managed by a board of county commissioners that include someone, Bill Brooks, I think it is. Was it Bill Brooks or Brent Keegan, who is ex-CIA? The people there have been, people on that board of commissioners have had some really interesting backgrounds, including one of the guy's sons who was in the same, not necessarily at the same time, but the same military outfit as Kohberger.
That's some
what
shit.
are your thoughts on Brent Kohberger?
Fucking airborne.
Look,
along with freaking pain, right?
If you don't mind me asking, of course. If you're not comfortable, you definitely don't have to answer that question.
I'm comfortable. It's more around. I doubt very strongly that he was threatening his housemates.
Agreed.
If you look at the video, the body cam of Brent Kohberger at that time, he's more paranoid about who's out to get him. And then you look at from there, I looked at the federal releases of who's getting who's getting released from prison around that time. Really hard data to find. Of, you know, are there drugs that influence the thought process? Look at the recent MK Ultra hearing by the GOP Oversight Committee, and the fact that they filed boxes of information on MK Ultra in the wrong areas. So all the destruction of the documents that they thought they got away with, there were 6 or 7 boxes that they've then found all of this information out about. Then Representative Luna and someone else went to this office. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and there's more boxes that they're coming across, which will be in the next committee hearing on MK Ultra. And that came across my radar early on, and I was like, that's a whole separate thing. But then if you look at Dylan Mortensen and her lack of memory, it could have been a dream, I don't remember, I don't know, you know, the whole behavior of Dylan Mortensen, you could see it through a lens where the same drugs that they used in MK Ultra, which was actually a anti-nausea, seasickness treatment, it was used for a few medical things in a larger dose. Actually, someone would be walking, talking, functioning normally, but they would be suggestible to anything they're told to do. And they would have no memory of it. It lasts for 8 hours.
Boy, that'd be some shit that went down at that hotel,
so
huh?
It's a chemical inside a weed that grows right across the Pacific Northwest called black henbane. And in black henbane, along with trumpet plants and a few others, there's this chemical called scopolamine. And that scopolamine is the drug that's used to make what was called a truth serum. Now, just to go even crazy tinfoil from there, look at Epstein files that have been released, and you see that Epstein had a trumpet flower nursery greenhouse, and the trumpet flower is also a known plant to contain the same chemical scopolamine.
Holy shit.
That shit's dangerous.
Yeah.
Right.
We got customers with them things. It's like
check the windows and see that
even if you touch them.
Yeah, exactly. Put it. I mean, let me get my tape out so I can put an X on my window. Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus, Geoff.
That's
if
some wild
we
stuff.
go off the radar and disappear, you'll know we're onto a thread that might have some.
Well, it was a pleasure, bud.
No, I love it.
Like
I love
those
it.
scientists.
Did you? Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
I just wanted to ask you, did you get a chance? Because I was going to pull some of this up. We have a little bit of time left, I believe. And I wanted to, if we're good. If not, do you have a time constraint, Geoff, by chance? Or
none at all.
I don't want to drag it out too late because
No.
I have a tendency to
I'm
let
happy
it go
to stay
for
here all
5
day.
hours. But, and I don't want to do that to Logan or Kim. Mikey, he can deal with these two. I don't want to do it too. Did you get a chance to look? Since you said you went through the new documents, did you get a chance to look at Dr. Brent Turby's report?
Yes.
So first and foremost, let me ask you up front: what were your thoughts when Turby came forward after the book was released and all that? I'm just curious what your thoughts were on all that.
We were quite relieved. He seemed genuine. I'm having to compare the report to what is in there to what he said, but I don't see any. Is there something in there that I've missed of him contradicting what he said?
Well,
I don't know where the controversy is right now.
I haven't been able to fully go through it because 90% of his report is his background. I mean, most of what's in that document is mostly all showing his background. Okay.
Yeah.
So I haven't had a chance to really break it down. I was probably going to get into that, this coming week or something. I covered the other two. I have the report, and I was pulling it up, looking through to see if there was any points in there I wanted to touch on, or just go over any of it if you did, or any of that.
Let me have a look. I highlighted the report last night. I'll just skim through to stuff that I did
Because I know
not.
this was a point of contention for a lot of people because they were waiting to see this report to figure out if what he told, the whole big blow up with him, if it matched his report, I guess you could say. The dude
Yeah,
has so many of these documents in his report are all based on about his experience and his knowledge and his schooling and who he knows and who he doesn't know. And then,
I'm trying to see. I don't think my annotations that I made last night have actually saved onto this document, which is disappointing. Yeah, I found it interesting around. There are a couple of the reports in there about the unknown male B and other samples under the handrail from first to second floor, and the comments around the law enforcement body cams where it shows that they were using that handrail extensively. A lot of the areas in that house, they essentially eradicated the potential for there to be evidence taken from it. Unknown male B is still unknown male B. We have all the reductions on the DNA. Looking at the DNA, we see impossible science. The sample that they say is Bryan Kohberger is actually an African American ethnic profile in the STR mix report. It's only because Idaho is so incredibly white ethnicity or Caucasian ethnicity dominant that they're able to use the special math of stratification to say, oh, this is a Caucasian profile.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take out that stratification of based on just people in that area, you've got a 99.98% profile that's African American.
I thought it was Native American.
No, Native American isn't actually in the list. It was African American.
Okay.
European or.
I read that wrong. Thank you for clearing that up for me then, because I fully did read that wrong. Okay. That is interesting.
Channel got monetization on our channel got taken off shortly after that video, so I might be onto something there.
Really?
Ruby was showing me last night that Jules True Crime Reactions was doing a live on the CrimeCon stuff and about the the things that these creators talk about, and it had I don't know if she's in chat, but Curious Cat comment about Truth Neurons posting a video of the African American. Oh, she's there. Yeah, Jules doesn't believe. Yeah, but Jules also looking at that video doesn't actually do the research on what DNA results mean. If any of the ISP reports, if you take out the opinions and the summaries and just look at the data tables, they tell a very, very different story.
Gotcha. Interesting.
I've got a lot of free time, so that's.
No, I understand. That's awesome.
I have a question for you, Geoff. Did you happen to dig into the autopsy reports at all?
Not extensively, because I think there's information that's not there.
There is actually information that's not there, which was reported by Barbara Wolf, the forensic pathologist. I was just curious, the information that you did look into in the autopsy reports, was there anything that stood out to you other than the missing information? Anything that surprised you or grabbed your attention?
The main thing in the recent report was the defense expert talking about the serration on some of the wounds. A couple of the wounds on some of the victims don't match the profile of a K-bar, both in the I think it was the depth and the width of the actual blade of the knife they're suggesting, and it's a narrower incision with a serration, which would be much more lined up with, say, a steak knife than a K-bar.
Right.
But again, there seems to be a number of things that are not disclosed. There's other reports, as I think we said earlier. Report 42 out of all of the forensic reports is just missing from the list. How many other reports? I'd love to see there was something Lana was covering last night around an unsigned FBI report for the FICAP, the vulnerable missing people FBI thing, where they find unidentified remains or endangered children, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Report around a number of the wounds matching between victims and suggesting it might be ritualistic. I think there's a lot more to come out on the autopsies that I find it difficult to go through the stuff and find so many potential gaps that I'm kind of waiting to see what else do we get.
Yeah, of course. I think that's a big question, I think, for all of us, is how much more is coming, you know what I mean?
Logan, I love what you've done also, like your ability to break down that autopsy stuff. I mean, that's where it was making more sense to me, because I didn't have to try and go, hang on, we're talking about, what's the clock direction from that bit to that bit.
Like, too many floating bubbles up here.
You've gone down the rabbit hole for that, and it's fabulous.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so thank you for helping.
Yeah, she did a great job with that. I agree. So
there's so many rabbit holes each of us can go down, right?
Yeah,
where you get stuck in them too. That's what he was mentioning about the serration stuff right there, you guys. How that knife is only serrated at that point, the rest of it. And Pop did a thing where he was talking about this portion of the knife and how the depth of the wounds and stuff like that. So I believe that's what you were pointing out there.
Yeah.
There are wounds where it states that there is definitely a serrated edge used in this, in some of these wounds. However, the serration
is very fine.
It's at a point where it's not this K-bar with the serrations on it, because the length of the depth of the wound is so deep that it would definitely hit the serration and it doesn't, or vice versa.
Well, and that too, and I'm sorry I interrupted you, Logan. I thought you were going the other direction with it, but when Pop did his one video, he pointed out a very finely serrated type blade, something he was talking about, which would be I showed one in here. It's one of our paring knives or something, but like the serration we saw on this knife here is very wide and spread apart. It's kind of a deeper, thicker type,
more
serration.
Jagged.
Yeah. And so what I thought he was referring to was something that is more finely serrated. And I wondered if that's the direction, if that's what that meant. So I went and got that knife, and the whole blade on that knife I pulled out is very, very, it's serrated, but it's super duper fine all the way across.
And I think that it would have to be that type of knife to where it's a fine serrated knife, because if we look at the striations, it says fine striations.
Yes.
And they're very close together, and they're very they have the same exact pattern. Whereas the K-bar has, like one jagged tooth that sticks out, then a little one, then a big one, then a little, and that's not what the wounds look like at all.
So it almost be like one of them bullshit kitchen knives,
right?
Like sitting in Mowwich's seat, and like those
basically,
duct tape, huh? Yeah, kind of like
Yes. Did you see the video on Mowwich? Well, first off, what are your thoughts on Nick Mowwich as far as involvement go?
Thank you for asking. That was one of the other things that I was digging around. So in the ISP police reports, what do they call them? Supplements. There was a report around someone being interviewed in Idaho State Penitentiary or something like that. It was Darren Gilbertson's report.
It was Farley, and it starts with an L, the other one, right?
Leonard.
Yep. Why?
James.
Why were they asking questions about Bryan Kohberger?
Well, okay, so there's that, but there's also the fact that although it's very difficult to find, Darren Gilbertson talks about there not being an accident at the time or the date of, that was stated by this person, when it actually exists. It's 110% exists. Let me see if I can find it so I can read the details. That was the big thing for me for Mowwich was there is, US 95 at 3:14 a.m. On October 14, 2022, approximately 3:51 a.m., Idaho State Police responded to a two-vehicle head-on collision northbound on US 95 near milepost 314, Nez Perce County, Idaho. A black 2013 Chevrolet Impala was traveling southbound on US 95 314. A yellow 2001 Ford Escape was traveling south. Chevrolet Impala traveling northbound. Ford Escape traveling southbound in the northbound lanes on US 95. The Chevrolet attempted to avoid a collision but was unable to do so. The Ford struck the Chevrolet head-on. Both drivers transported by ground ambulance with injuries to a local hospital. Driver of the Ford was not wearing a seatbelt. Under investigation and no other details. But that was at exactly the date and time that was stated by this person that Darren Gilbertson interviewed. The person might have said 3 a.m., but 3:51, there's another one that was at midnight or just after midnight. And then the report says, I couldn't find any records of there being any accident. I expanded the dates and there was still nothing. But
Weird.
it's right there.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. But if you look at the other parts of that statement around them providing protection for deliveries to and from 1122 King Road. So if we were to extract the fact that part of this person's statement is supported by a traffic accident report, and you ignore Gilbertson's opinion of this person makes up stuff all the time, or whoever it was in that report that said, pathological liar. If one part's true, and we assume the other part's true, that this person was then providing security detail at 1122 while deliveries or pickups or something were being made.
Jesus, Geoff.
I know.
There's another one. Write down it.
Yeah, none of it makes sense.
That's good. Yeah, that whole Maoist truck thing is no blood and all this. He, obviously he died from, he had a lot of injuries, so whatever, Seems like some staging.
If people think they hear that name of one of those people that were in jail with him on the camera, I know there's debate around that, but if he's there doing that in that area and people know him, you might hear his name. They might know him.
You know what's crazy?
I've heard a lot of people say that, like, they don't know him or whatever. Well,
in that report that was made, those guys talked like to the point to where like they got to like hang out with him because he answered like techie questions on certain stuff. That was odd to me. I don't know. You have to. I'm right, correct, Geoff? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a weird situation. Why would they go in there and ask those two about Bryan Kohberger after he just got in there? It makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. So they could put out more propaganda into the news.
Or they had ulterior motives of knowing where Bryan was or what Bryan was doing, that they wanted more info on him to piece together a narrative.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yep. He was watching the news. He sat down immediately to watch about himself on the TV.
Yeah, and he mentioned it. Oh my God.
I'm all over the news.
Yeah.
They were just trying to get that kind of stuff. Maybe.
I find it interesting that Trashley Banfield confessed in one of her videos of having a burner phone. It seems that she has quite an obsession with Bryan Kohberger. Certainly spent a lot of time looking at
horrible, disgusting obsession. Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, she has a burner phone?
Correct.
For?
You tell me. Yeah.
Yeah, she got gross and weird with the things that she would say, like just unreal stuff. I hope somebody stabs them. I mean, she talks nasty about this guy. It's very, very unhealthy and weird to me.
And then
But
she has that other channel where she's like, it's almost like she thinks she's so cool every time she says the F word. So she says
Yeah.
it over and over. Like, what a cringy.
Yeah, she's very
Oh.
cringy.
There's a good point in chat. You guys probably brought this up. If I was squirreled for a minute, that they would have been placed in there on purpose, right? Is that one of the points that you made? They would, they could place them in there on purpose
Those two
to
guys?
get some intel or whatever their reason is.
They were busted for some shit, weren't they?
What?
They were busted. I forget what they were busted for. It was all part of this whole shit, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they could go out and try to bust them for anything if they want.
Yeah.
Right.
They were part of that whole wiretap with the other three, if I'm not mistaken, right, Geoff? I mean, they were all linked together.
Yeah. I've gone down so many rabbit holes in this case. It's really hard to keep track of what's what.
Yeah.
I know.
I've got some crazy spreadsheets going on that, we can chat about another time. Like,
It's deep. I mean, it goes from freaking way back.
yeah.
So one of the things I'm frustrated with going through Cyray's report, although we can see the points he's making, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks to me like all the data that was turned over to him and everything that's in his report looks like it's around that 2 o'clock, 2:47, 2:54 time period, because it looks like they weren't provided the data for the 4 o'clock time period.
Surprise.
Like the whole thing about this case should be 4 to 4:30. We should be seeing everything from 4 to 4:30 about Bryan Kohberger. And that's not in there.
Answered phone calls from 3 of the victims.
I guess you couldn't turn that over, Kim, if you don't have it or it doesn't exist.
How do you make a case without it?
Thank you. That's
And
my
I'm sorry,
whole
Geoff.
point.
What did you say?
What if we
Said about
combine
phone
the clad in black figure with a firework on downstairs? What you're really looking at, right, is a law enforcement person with a gun and a flashbang. Were they doing a raid on the house at the time?
Oh. It's
Interesting.
definitely not a firework. And how about not one person ever asking Dylan when she's talking about the triangular and the cylinder, was it a gun? They never one time flat out asked her, was it a gun? Instead, they go round and round. Well, where was the triangle part? Was it here or was it there? Like, come on. That's so frustrating.
I should have said,
to me.
does it look like my gun that I'm holding here?
Right.
Yeah.
Like how they showed all the frat boys the knife. Remember? They showed the frat boys the knife.
I think they're purposely
gun.
avoiding. I think they're purposely avoiding the gun, Kim.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100% abstracting it from the conversation.
Yep.
And I
The
do have a
gun, the
question about
drugs.
the photos of Bethany's room with all the doors, the cupboard
Yeah, the
door.
closet doors off and shit.
It's been ransacked.
Yeah.
That's what
There's a lot of
I had my house ransacked years ago, and it looks like that. They literally just go as quick as they can through everything to find anything.
Even to the room that whatever Kaylee was supposed to work out of that had that the drawers open. I mean, I know these girls have no cord management, but I mean, there was like doors and drawers that were like hanging off of like nightstands and similar kind of shit. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's crazy? What's crazy to me is in one of the new release documents, it stated we didn't check the drains at or test anything in the drains at the victim's house because it didn't look to us like anything was in there. What did it look like to you when you checked Bryan Kohberger's drain?
Yeah.
Right? You didn't get anything out of it. So it couldn't have looked like anything there either.
And that would make so much reason why they sent to tear this place down.
And interestingly, in the new documents about Ann Taylor ordering them to remove the beds and bedding and everything before the house was demolished, because they were quite happy to have the house demolished as quickly as possible with all of that.
Yep.
Yeah. It's wild.
If I remember correctly, didn't they leave the Xana's bed frame in the house at some point until Ann said you have to go get that?
And then they took it to the garage.
Turvey was the one that said we
Or
need
yeah,
need
Yeah.
that.
And in those documents, you'll also see that the homicides happened on the 13th. 14th, you've got Gilbertson and some processing at the scene. Everything's handed to Payne, but ISP forensics team didn't get an email about coming to the scene until the 17th. In that report, it says they arrive on the 18th. We're 5 days in. 5 days into the case before forensics get there.
What was that big truck out front then that we saw?
They probably took that shit to their bullshit evidence locker.
Because
I think that was ISP's investigative team, I think.
And
so they weren't forensics. So they were
according to Payne's probable cause affidavit garbage thing that it was saying that when he arrived on scene, Darren Gilbertson was there with the forensics team starting to process evidence. And all of that evidence was handed to Brett Payne.
Huh. You know
but
what
it
I'd
wasn't
like to
until
know?
the 17th when they email Riley Nowlin at the Meridian ISP Forensic Services to say, oh, there's a knife sheath on the way. And then they roll a crime scene team up to Moscow to start processing the scene.
So what happened to the original scene collected stuff that was handed to Brett Payne?
Good question.
Good question, because his numbering was out. And then you've got the fridge that suddenly lost power.
Oh my gosh. We need to start tracking for that chain of custody.
Huh. I wonder what the chain of custody is
goodness.
in that off-road bike that's sitting in this evidence locker along with the mattress and stuff. Why did they pick up that motorcycle?
I mean,
whose is that?
Everything in that locker should be for just that case and that case alone.
Right.
It seems to be other than that.
Creek Girls brought up a good question in the comments. I also want to know who the 4 guys were, the Cowboys, and why they were there.
Yeah, I think that was like...
There was a news anchor there asking them questions. They just pull their hat down and get in the car and
somebody broke down the badges of what they were supposedly...
Well, and it didn't look like they didn't have bags or anything when they came out, did they?
No.
Well, yeah.
Maybe
Are
that's
they the
when
ones that walked down the road, like they parked like down the road more?
I know the second time they came out, they were carrying
that's probably
like
Dylan's
they went in the house
jacket.
twice, if I remember. They was carrying a bag, and everybody took that as that they were carrying like drywall in the bag, chunks that were cut out.
Oh, maybe that's when they steamed the curtains.
What did they take in? Yeah.
That bingo. What did they take in? That's interesting. That's a good point, Geoff. I'm trying to remember. There was 2 different videos. I'm pretty sure there was 2 videos. The first one is when they went in the house. They were in there for what, 15 minutes. They came out and everybody tried to talk to them, and they just completely ignored them, got in their vehicle, and they left. There was a secondary video. I don't know that these guys were cowboys, because I don't remember anybody wearing cowboy hats, but they went in the house, and again, they came out again. Those guys were carrying bags. At least 2 of them, like those big, like paper bags with the handles on them. And they were like big square bags, and people were, I swear to God, I heard somewhere that there was drywall or something in
They
that.
did. Well, I know the defense, it's written somewhere that they had pieces of drywall saved.
Right.
I mean, they did go back in for Dylan's bullshit, the blanket and the...
Yeah.
Well, there's also in one of the MN numbered evidence items in the recent documents, there's a violet sheet or something from Dylan's room. That's not in any of the forensic evidence reports, but there's a sheet from Dylan's room as one of those items that has the MN numbering.
And it says lavender sheet with debris.
Yeah.
And I've done a close-up of the sheet, and it looks like there's little spots of blood all over her sheet.
Huh, we got a bed with missing sheets, don't we?
See, how could that happen to her room, guys?
Yeah.
And
Well,
to your point, Dago, talking about them collecting pieces of wall, if they're separating the pieces, like if these cowboys go in, and what would be on the pieces of wall that they might want to take to keep separate.
Hmm.
Especially
But
when we're talking
that's
about
why
the-
I wondered.
when you're talking about the cylinder triangle thing.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Trying to remember, I've had a complete memory blank of the creator who I shared some of the content who was covering the bullet hole on the outside of the building.
Oh yeah. Don't get Tomboy
come
started
on.
on this.
Yeah, we talked about that too, pretty in
Yeah.
depth for a while.
Because-
Yeah, one of Dago's mods was
because the first media report that found was around there being 2 shootings overnight. It was reporting about one happening over in Washington, then in Idaho, these people being shot. So, yeah, it's
Yeah. There was
so
a bullet,
curious.
what looked like a bullet hole on the outside, and it looked like we inspected
Yeah.
it pretty hardcore, and it looked as though it looked like the bullet came from the inside out. If it did, it was a round, of course, a round hole, and it looked like the siding was peeled outward, and it would be in the spot right up on the wall where Maddie's headboard would be against. So in her bedroom, and we were just like, wow, okay,
Yeah.
so
What
I don't
what
know,
Ruby and I
you
were
know.
also- sorry, Dago. What Ruby and I were also discussing around the blood patterns is them not being as broad
Projected.
as you might expect for the type.
Oh
of
yeah.
crime. So then I was looking at some of the effects of things like fentanyl or scopolamine or other chemicals, and lowering the heart rate, lowering your blood pressure. It would make sense that they may have been affected by some
Of
drug
course.
to not have the amount of splatter that you would expect if you've seen crime scene photos of any other homicide that's similar behavior. It does, the scene doesn't match.
I've always questioned that. I've been on crime scenes as a first responder. I've been on trigger warning. I'll just tell you right out of the front. I've been on like suicides where people have shot themselves in the face, in the head, in the mouth, and there's massive, massive like spatter. I've been where people have been cut, had their throats slit, cut themselves, and there's so much blood not being shown. Now I've heard people say that like Maddie and Kaylee very likely bled internally, like their blood went internal, but some of like I don't know. I question that because of some of like Kaylee's injuries for sure.
Yeah,
and
especially
you know what I
in
mean?
the princess pose, bud. Mm.
Yeah, that's a whole different story. But yeah, I do have always questioned that one, Geoff, because looking at the pillow where Kaylee was at, looking at the wall next to her, I would imagine there was so much more. And I mean, so much more. Okay. It just, it bugs me a little bit to see there's not. And that's why one of the reasons why I think a lot of us thought that the Kaylee wasn't killed in that bedroom
Yeah.
because of the way she doesn't seem to have. But I've had people say, Dago, that she bled internally. Well, okay. I
think
get
that's
that.
bullshit. With all those wounds, that's straight up bullshit.
My problem with that, Mikey, is that if her face was from, blunt force trauma, somebody hitting her in the face with something, that should have went all over that wall. Not just that bit that was there, but all over the wall, the ceiling, the wall behind her. There just wasn't.
And as Ruby pointed out, in a number of the rooms, the wall decorations, they're white, and there's not a single speck of blood on any of them.
Don't get Kim started on the tapestry in Santa's wall.
The evidence marker behind the fucking.
Oh
shit.
yeah.
That's
Can I
crazy
also
to
just
me.
bring up in chat? I've seen Michelle Davis 8292. Think about all the blood in the O.J. Simpson case. Really valid point. Part of one of my rabbit holes that I went down as well was the fact that the police officer who testified in the O.J. Simpson case, and I believe
Furman?
lied. Sorry.
Yeah, Mark Furman. He actually
Moved
he
to North
actually
Idaho.
consultated on this case too. He moved here.
He lives in North Idaho.
Yeah.
And became a commentator on this case, and so became the crime scene expert because of his experience in homicides with, I think it was LAPD.
Yeah.
I was
Yes.
looking at all the past roles of people that have kind of been in that space. That tied into all of the Kootenai County
Many.
Board of Commissioners investigation. Like, who are the
Gary
Yeah.
Tolson. Gary Tolson
Yeah.
is on the Brady list for
Yeah.
the chiropractor case that he lied about. But he's on this one again. I don't understand how that even happened at all. I fully agree with you.
Well, they just have to notify them, Dago. That's all they have to do is just notify them and let them know.
Right. So then we're just supposed to trust somebody that has lied before. Like,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
What they send that notification with a fucking messenger pigeon?
They sent it right up at the deadline, I think.
Right.
I'm just happy to actually be involved in a chat where I'm not gaslit about all the things that I'm. It just gets
Jeepers,
crazy,
Geoff.
right? I have to appreciate all of you here and all these creators on this case who are digging into the detail of it, because
There's
it's
so many angles, like
It-
different stuff. The autopsy stuff, like you explained, and it's, sitting there reading that stuff. It's like, next thing you know, you'd go 4 days and you'd be like, oh, I'm back at square one trying to understand page 1.
I don't know if it's my age, but I'm having power naps in the day just to try and get back
you
to
stop
it.
I can't comment. I'd do a power nap.
Here's the crazy thing, and this might be full tinfoil, but I was having a day nap just last week, and I had this flashcard that came to mind of, it was African drug ring something. I can't remember. There was a fourth word to it, and it was Seattle or Tacoma. And so I Googled it, and it just happened that it links into the wiretap investigations at that exact period of time as another parallel investigation. I think it was Black Disciples or another gang in that region. And then looking at the relationships of different gang affiliations of these white nationalist gangs actually would partner with African-American gangs to show force and show, we're actually not bad, we're supporting these people, but have them sent to certain events as representatives, but actually could then say, oh, it wasn't us, it was this other group.
And I think they're tied to like so many different things that they almost bring these in. So this was, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, but I didn't know that the Aryans were running this scam where they were basically selling fake iPhones on Amazon.
The Babichenko case.
Yeah.
Which was Josh Hurwitz again.
Yeah. So it's, there's so many different angles that at a point you're like, oh, well, my home, they're all, spinning this up from inside, let's say, that's where the big guys are. And it's like, yeah, they end up working together.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, have you looked into how their money laundering fits into this? Because usually they have to do that.
Well, there was a big movement as crypto became more popular, and these marketplaces of crypto transactions harder to trace by the IRS. And I think it was 2021 that the IRS actually got a task force together on crypto. There was a big crash. I think it was the FTX, one of the main marketplaces, crashed, which was a multi-billion-dollar thing. The crypto market took an absolute hit, literally about 72 hours before these homicides. And then you have one of the parents who is very big in crypto, and apparently, according to his LinkedIn profile, was like an early adopter, and he's like a millionaire in crypto and whatever. He says a lot of things. But the adoption of cryptocurrency by these RICOs, racketeering and whatever it is, whatever that acronym stands for again, was massive. There was US sanctions of different accounts, and somewhere I've been trying to dig it out. There was a creator that did a video which had a crypto wallet address in it. If anyone can find it for me, that'd be amazing. because I started tracking some of the transactions.
Oh,
off
wow.
of the wallet.
Yeah.
I'm a full nerd, Kim. Don't get me wrong. Full nerd.
You're an
And
investigator. You're an investigator. You're not a nerd.
There you go.
I almost feel like that was like the peak of
And-
like the start of shady crypto stuff too. You know,
Absolutely.
Well,
It-
I'm
it's
trying to more understand, like, so in the old days, it would be like cash.
mattress money.
I've got a ton of cash that I can't account for with a legitimate job. So I have to try to like hide how I'm having this money, right? Something along those lines. So they would like have a fake business and run it through that. Or so how does digital, because all these kids are sending Venmos, right?
Correct.
Everybody usually, I'm sure everybody who's purchasing is using a cash app. So does that require laundering? And
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to, how does that work?
So Venmo is one of the platforms where you can link your crypto account as well. So along with many of these online financial services. But then if you look at the evidence items, and particularly around the prosecution withdrawing evidence items fairly late leading on to the case, where each of the housemates, the victims and the survivors, all had, I
bank
believe it
accounts.
was 7 bank accounts each,
Mhm.
6 or 7, all with the same 6 or 7 banks. So you've got 36 bank accounts in one household. Then you've got all these Venmo transactions.
Wow.
And it would be quite feasible. The way that the IRS would pick up on it is when it's above a certain amount, it flags in a digital system. So if you've got 7 different bank accounts, you can throw it into.
You can keep them under the limit.
100%.
Right. You know,
36
I think
accounts in one household.
being
That's
a
crazy. I
crazy.
never realized that. Wow.
I think being a business owner at the age that I am and being hacked a couple times, I haven't even had 7 bank accounts.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. That's a lot.
That is wild.
That's
Yeah.
structured.
And I believe one of the videos that they couldn't get or was pulled was around Umpqua Bank. There's
Yes.
apparently a video of Dylan Mortensen going to an ATM
Yeah.
Umpqua Bank, and some rumors around them staying in a hotel or motel in Moscow. I was still trying to find some of the receipts to connect the dots
Yeah.
there, but interesting interesting timing.
I agree on that.
Is that where her GoFundMe money got deposited into?
Oh, that's wild.
Good
I mean,
question.
I saw just a couple of days ago there was a child that was orphaned because the father had passed away and then the mother was brutally murdered or something, and the GoFundMe got just under $10,000, and then you've got this case where GoFundMes are getting 6 figures.
Yeah.
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 It just doesn't add up.
It
Yeah.
doesn't.
Yeah.
My question is the timing that Dylan decided to 3 years later, she decides to make a GoFundMe. Wouldn't you need like moving expense money and therapy money and things like that when it first happened, not
Yeah.
3 years later? Strange to me.
I mean,
That
as
is a
much as
really
she,
good point.
Yep.
she moved on mentally in her brain in her interviews clearly. So why would that have happened?
She moved on before the shit even happened. Come on now.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, it's like she realized she could capitalize off of it because the G's were, and so she tried her hand and it worked for her. But why 3 years later and not right when it happens?
My house.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Optics is one.
Yep.
Could have been planned out that way because I kind of think there's another reason for the GoFundMe, but
Well, don't be holding out now.
Yeah,
it's
Jeez.
payment.
feel it.
It's payment, baby.
Oh.
I'd be on that same page with you. And interesting in terms of the people who set up the GoFundMe claiming to be the aunt or something. They're fellow church members from the stalking that we've done in the case.
The Mormon.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you've done some good
So come
tracking
on.
down of
You don't
people.
gotta start now.
Yeah.
He's got more
Who needs to
tidbits.
sleep? We've got a case to solve.
Yeah, that's something that one of those kids had mentioned that, about the Christchurch. Who was that?
Mason.
Oh, what about?
Yeah.
Oh, and they got weirdos that go around the campus and like, oh yeah,
Yeah. Well, there was a court case regarding I think it was the University of Idaho law students who I'm going to have to make a note of that and come back to it. But there was a couple of parallel court cases. There was University of Idaho versus Sanders, and there was another one regarding law students at University of Idaho and freedom of speech when they were they were rallying against an LGBTQ movement and the new laws that were coming in, and I think they're inciting violence or something on campus. There's only small threads of that come back to me at this hour of the morning, though.
Geoff, what's your thoughts on Steve Gonsalves having a stress-induced rash, painful rash on his face, and has to go to the hospital that night or that morning?
Yeah.
But then also when they get the call about their daughter, they don't get off their behinds to even go there when
Because they already
friends of theirs
knew
parents
what had
came.
happened. Like Ramsay Hunt is not something that just goes away.
It doesn't.
And then he's doing these media interviews where there's no sign
Nothing.
of Ramsay Hunt.
Nope.
Thank you for pointing that out. That was my biggest issue.
I would suggest that maybe they were going, how do we explain the hospital visit or something? And that was quickly Googling some symptoms. What can we make up as a narrative? I don't know. But it wasn't Ramsay Hunt. And if he did actually have any medical professional say this is Ramsay Hunt, then that person needs to be investigated as well. It's convenient that he works for the same organization that he went to. Doesn't he work for Kootenai Health or Gritman Medical or something?
Yeah.
So there's potential conflict of interest if I don't know. That's my view on it anyway. There's some very mixed messaging from the Goncalves across the board. Everything from having paid that bill. I sent my daughter to college. She came back in a box, and I can speak on that.
Yep.
If I did a video quite some time ago on trafficking in Treasure Valley, which was around the predominance of human trafficking in that region, and it kind of was one of the main non-profits had a demonstration of like a Barbie doll box with someone standing in it, and it just kind of sums up. You look at if you look at again from an economic lens, and you do the math on what an intern would be paid, you're finishing university, apparently doing it all yourself. You've bought a car, regardless of whether it's new or used. That particular vehicle is not cheap. You've got international flights booked. There are so many things that don't add up financially. Brings us back to the multiple bank accounts.
Yeah. And, touching on one point when Steve said, I paid that bill, why do I feel like that was a point where he was, that was angry, and what happened after that? Like he was angry about something, like he wasn't getting something, and then something changed, and then now it's cool and calm Steve.
Signaling. Definitely signaling and stating that. There are so many takeaways from that interview, especially when he's talking about how the whole community is so tech, but us old guys wouldn't understand. And yet he's there in his LinkedIn profile of, having worked with VMware and all this technology, software and his experience, kind of distancing himself from, they're all tech led. It's just.
Yeah. And then he has to come in and say that AI could do a better job than some of these These folks, huh?
Yeah, that was a nice statement, wasn't it?
Yeah. And
What are-
interesting time. Sorry, Dago,
ahead.
you go.
No, go ahead.
The gag order coming out as soon as the courts reopen in 2023 after that 30th of December press conference. Why do you have the president of the university at the press conference?
Thank you. I've been asking that for years.
That this is all about the thin blue line, the economics of what would happen if the truth came out here.
Yeah.
That entire town would just be
He
a
had to
ghost.
secure the town.
Yeah.
The university.
Absolutely.
The money.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That makes sense. It does. Makes perfect sense. The whole thing is, I've asked about Scott Green for years. Like, he was involved in every aspect of the investigation, as far as like their press conferences and then the meetings they were having. Why that'd be like me and Mike saying, "Hey, MPD's having another meeting on what's going on in the investigation. You want to go? Come on." Like, who the fuck are we to be there? You know what I mean? He had no reason to be there. He came out, made a statement for the college. You're done.
Yeah.
Go away. But no, he was fully involved in everything the whole time.
In my opinion,
full disclosure, very quickly, because I've just seen in the comments from Open Mind Perspectives going, I can answer it better. Guess where he got his information from? Yes, you are one of the channels I got information from, as we all do in this case, along with documents and doing a bunch of my own research. But I appreciate the stuff you put out there. There's a comment saying that Open Mind Perspectives could answer it better. So if they're willing to call in, I think you're going to do a call in. That would be good to know, because I am sleep deprived and very early morning, so I probably can't.
I missed that one.
Yeah, that would be interesting. And I want to go back to, can we expand on, let's give specific examples of how that would have impacted the community financially, when you were talking about Scott Green being involved and all that stuff. And because I have seen posts lately saying that's ridiculous, and they have withstood other events that could have impacted this small town like COVID. And I don't know, there were other examples, and they survived just fine. You know, it's a roller coaster and times go up and down. And, you know, this would have been different in my opinion.
Oh, big time, Kim.
Yeah.
Big time.
100%. And so it would come down to, if it came out that there was the perpetrators in that town, or students were involved. And as it was, a lot of the students didn't come back to campus. But then you've got all the local economy of the cafes, the bars, the everything there. If they have less students on campus, they need less campus police officers. If there's less people in town, they need less law enforcement. If you look at it from when people see it from that local economy perspective, a lot of people have that vested interest in, I'm going to toe the line because I can't afford to move somewhere else, or can't afford to lose their income.
Yeah.
God forbid that.
I'm not saying that's a blanket rule. I'm just saying there is certainly that back of mind of what could happen in that scenario, where
it would have to be something more like that, because one of the examples was, you've had other universities where there have been mass killings and it didn't kill the university or the town.
Yeah, of course.
I think they were as small of towns of the examples that were given, but
and it wasn't.
It would have to be more than just a random killing, is my point. Sorry, Dago.
No, it's okay. And you're right. And it wasn't just the, once again, because I have to squash something that one of the special people out there said. It wasn't, Mike. Yes, thank you. It wasn't just about killing the university.
No.
There were certain things going on at one point. Scott Green was working on his whatever he was doing with the University of Phoenix. They were doing this, they were doing it. There was monies that were needed to be coming in. In turn, the point that I was making when I brought that up, my side, I don't know what others have said, but was that if enrollment went down at the university, okay, money goes down. In turn, it's not saying that the school's going to go under for the idiots that don't understand that. It's saying that acquisitions and things that are going on could be interrupted, I guess you could say,
Yeah.
for special situations they're needing that money for is all. It's not going to
Mhm.
cause the school to close. Anybody that thinks that is just, you need to like plug your brain back into the wall or some shit. But
Just one comment on
I'm just
University
saying.
of Phoenix. The acquisition was for the online university, which University of Idaho don't offer.
University of Phoenix, yeah.
Yeah, so the University of Phoenix acquisition was to bring the University of Idaho in as an asset for their online platform.
That was the claim. That's correct.
Yeah, and then, well, there was lots of contention because they used a name that was already registered or
Right.
already had intellectual property rights over. Trying to
Yeah.
remember.
It was looked at as a scam per se, I guess you could say. So yeah, it became a definite point.
You know,
Real quick, you got hold on 1 second, Mike. Let me say this real fast. Real quick, I just want to let you guys know, ladies, I did give you the link in the private chat if you want to put it in your chat. That we're gonna go ahead and have people call in if you want to ask Geoff any questions, or Kim or Logan, myself, Mikey, anybody. We're gonna go ahead and do that here at this point. Now go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying it would all make more reason to, with Scott Green and what he was doing and coming out and wanting to be the head of stuff and whatever. But they definitely wouldn't want this town to come out to that was tied to the biggest Northwest
No.
drug trade
Thank you.
Yes.
organization.
Also, the connection, the
Reputation.
culture of the fraternities and Greek life on that. Like to me, that's a big draw. That seems like what that university culture centers around.
Right.
Is that Greek life. And I mean, we've heard how many interviews of those kids saying that's what they do, like especially that Chris
That
O'Flaherty.
is what they do.
Oh my
They'll
gosh.
call their chapter president, or they'll call their big or whoever it is in their fraternity to go, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
Before they call the police.
Yeah.
It's the tiering, it's the structure, it's the setup. It's all part of the.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of evidence of that stuff flowing through there. Like I think they have a little organization going on in there in itself.
Well, what do you want to take out of my phone?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And that Chris O'Flaherty saying, I know all about it. I was in a fraternity. Like it was in there, it's in there.
After they worked him over. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, we're not
just
making
quickly,
it up. Go ahead.
you started a comment from Lucy about the University of Idaho having online at the time. They did. And I'm not saying they didn't. It's more a case of much like the universities here. I was studying just when COVID arrived, and that doesn't mean they necessarily did it well. They might have just arranged to have a Skype or a Teams link at the time of the session, and certainly the limitations of many of those systems were tested.
But
Yeah.
You still
It would be an awful lot of damage control. It would be such a major headache, because when you're choosing to go to a college, you're weighing options. Usually it's, do I want to go here? Do I want to go here? And you're going to look at all the reasons of why you're going to go somewhere.
Yep.
So thank you. I just wanted to address that because that's been out there.
I do agree.
You got any interesting questions for us, Geoff? Or you want to hit us with a one time? Or Geoff? Sorry, Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change my name.
He's gone.
My name is Geoff.
I've been called worse names. Like a friend of mine, when we were ordering coffee, would spell, say it's a complex name, and spell Shafeed. How do you spell that? SHITHEAD. So then the barista gets the coffee and he's like,
Shithead.
crap. Yeah. Just little things like that. But I've been called Geoff many times. So
My name is Geoff.
I'm not Geoff H.
We all believe me. We know that one, bro. We
Yeah.
know that for
And
sure.
just to put the rumors to bed that I don't know if we talked about backstage or during the chat, Ruby is not AI. She's a real person. We are not AI. We are actually real people. To restate that.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, Mikey's AI though, just so everybody knows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's for real.
100%.
Yeah, Mikey's AI.
We created him.
Yeah, we created him.
Would you hit the random button?
That's why he's tan.
I put a bra on my head one night and pushed the computer button and it went to town, and there you go, guys. We got Mikey now.
Tan Kim.
Yes.
Oh,
And yeah,
Lord.
that's why he's tan. That's funny as hell.
Paging.
Yes, and he wears tape. That's right, Bianca. He wears tape.
She's this girl. She's
Oh Lord, have mercy! What a joke.
Yeah.
So he
I
does
wish I had more
too.
questions for you, Dago. I honestly don't.
No, you're good. I just want to see
I
if
have
anybody
a
has questions
million
for you.
questions, but none of them make any sense to me. You know, it's like I wouldn't even know where to start.
Oh, come on.
No,
now.
I agree with you. I think we all do, truly and honestly.
Yeah.
Yes. So, guys, we have pinned or put the links in the chat. If anybody wants to call in, speak to Geoff, myself, Miss Logan, Miss Kim, or Mikey. Even though he's AI, he can still talk to you. So,
Well,
Geoff,
if
I
you
have
wanna-
a question for you.
Go for it.
Is there a question about the case that you've had maybe from day one or just for a long time? One specific question that you still haven't gotten answered? Do you have anything like that?
Yeah, my big one is report 42. The area 51 of the case is, why do we have 44 reports and they're all numbered 1 3 to 44, except 42 is missing? And I would, yeah, I'd put a theory out there that has some juicy stuff in it.
What's before and after?
Yeah. Do you know
40,
what's before and
41 and 43.
Yeah, no
Stop
shit.
it.
Sherlock.
Yeah.
What does it
those
say?
reports at the end of the collection of reports are Jack DeCurr, Dylan Mortensen. I think it was a re-fingerprinting of Hunter Johnson. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. But
Is this
they're all
MPD
kinds-
reports?
The forensic services reports
From
So-
MPD
Oh,
or the
yeah.
ISP?
from
That's,
ISP.
oh,
ISP.
yes.
ISP forensic services.
Yes, I think I have something about that. So does it say something there like see my report or something like that? And so then they release some documents like months and months and months later, and I'm like, because I was wanting to see that, and I was like, okay, when I looked that up, it went back to the forensic reports, and I'm like, you're sending us in a loop.
Yeah.
Come on.
30 report
Yes.
31 was missing some of the processes that they did for analyzing the DNA, and they the amended report was report 34. And so there's where they showed that they had done retesting on some plates or something in the.
I wonder what the dates are on this.
But 42 is still not there. It just goes from report 41 to 43.
Huh.
I swear that's the one. I have it written down somewhere, and I found maybe it was in their notes or something. It like at the end, you know how they have all their notes.
I would love to know where that's referenced.
It is somewhere
Reproof.
because
Yeah.
I was on that, man, and it said I think it was in her notes that like it would be coming, but it was like in some report or something, and then when those reports came out, it wasn't in there, and she referred back to the forensic documents, and I'm like, you can't do that.
What in the hell?
Yeah. Yes.
Would this be something?
No, it's not in that. It's not that. It's not that. Those
Or no, you're talking. These were the
They're
forensic.
supplements. Yeah, the
Yeah.
forensic.
Forensic. I don't know why I grabbed these. I'm
the
sorry.
one that has the
the crime
DNA.
scene photos and stuff. Yeah.
So it's got the evidence submissions, the chain of custody, the correspondence. The
Picture of the-
correspondence is really interesting.
Mhm.
I'm trying to follow that as part of the chain of custody, along with the forensic reports. And it has the Showalter stuff, the 4870 case towards the end of the document, sort of the bottom 20 odd pages.
I know I have them.
I have it, Dago. I'll find it. I have it
Do
later.
you?
Stop it, Joey.
Yep.
I have them in here somewhere. I just couldn't.
Let me see if it's easy to hand. So many documents.
Too many.
42. Boy,
I'm sorry. Did you say it's under the Forensic Services Laboratory
Yeah,
documents?
the D202, you know, the long D number report, and it starts with case cover, I think it is, which numbers the items, and it's a pretty big document. It's a few hundred megabyte. Let me see if I can find it.
I have it pulled up. I'm just waiting for it to load.
Yeah, it's massive.
If I click the right thing.
Just throw it backstage now. Throw it up, Kim.
Yeah.
It's going to grab another hard drive. Hang on.
Take your time. How's Bronxy feeling today? Still doing good, Logan?
Yeah, he was just where'd he go?
You see that smile?
Yeah.
Oh, he's sleeping.
Super. So, yeah, you can tell she's definitely better moods now that he's doing better.
I have it. I'm sharing it.
Oh, thank you.
I had to put my eyes on.
Oh, stunning.
That one?
That one. Yes, correct.
I can make it
You have
bigger.
control of it. Yeah, you have control of it. Whatever
I have
you're.
control of it. And we want to go to 42 first. Well, 41.
41, yeah.
It's not moving. Okay, there it goes. I can just type it. What is my computer doing?
Yeah, mine does the same thing with this document. When you try and do it in a live, it's very sluggish.
Yep. 40. Oh, geez. I'm almost there. All right, so there's when it refreshes. Let me see. Where's the number? Right here.
Yeah, so that's the evidence submission.
Oh, I don't want page 41. I need a page number. We don't have page numbers. Okay.
Let me see if I can. I've got my folder here. I should be able to find it.
We're on 25. I need to go down more. I know I started doing that too. Like what was on what pages and making a list.
That was the weirdest shit.
Agencies, Idaho State Police, all ISP supplements. Okay, forensics, that one.
28. I've got these all marked up.
I went full screen on Microsoft Edge and it said not supported and it dumped me.
Uh-huh. It's 2,356 pages.
Yeah. So in the top left, you'll actually see a report number on some of the pages.
Oh, okay.
We're already at page 500 and we're only at about report 10. Let me just see if I can scroll faster down here.
Number 4.
I think it's hard because of the program you're running it on. That Cami thing hides some of it.
I just have it blown up really big.
Okay.
I had it on like 230%.
Page 29 of 44. I see it there. Okay.
But that's just this one section. Okay.
Okay, I'm at page 1211 and it's report 22. That's keep going. Then you've got BK's vehicle parts that they sent through. That's report 33.
I should go all the way down to the notes because that's what we're looking for to see if it's mentioned. Because I want to say if I see the lady's name, I think I'll remember her name because I was looking for her, man.
Was it Jenny Ayres?
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Is there one that
there's-
starts with an S?
There was a Jenny Ayres in the new documents, wasn't there?
Yeah, I know
Well,
that there's Ayres reports. Yeah, she does the
at the
forensics.
bottom of this forensics report, there's text messages between Jenny Ayres and Detective Talbot.
Yeah. I remember looking at that before.
Yeah, that's all correspondence.
I will be right back. I need more coffee.
I can't believe he's drinking coffee at night.
I drink it till midnight.
So do I.
Okay.
I know there is a note about report 42, but yeah, we need to find out. I don't know if we're going to solve it tonight, but we got to find out what's in there.
Yeah. Because I separated out each of the reports and each of the evidence submissions and tracking the logs. And then weirdly at page 1998, I know that's into 4870. So let's go up a bit. Yay. Got more correspondence.
What are your thoughts on the unknown male C being in Jack DeCour's house?
What? That's news to me.
It's labeled that way in this report.
Wow.
I think it's in 13.
Okay, I'm at report 37. There's 38. This is around page 1730. What's this one? This is report 39. How fascinating for viewers to wait for us to find this. Okay, report 41.
No, I know. Yeah, we can give it up. I'm just like
report 41 is on page 1752. Do you want me to share it from mine?
Sure.
Can do that if you want.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing, but I'll keep looking.
Okay, let's see.
Have I asked you about that before, Logan? About that blood in Jack D's house?
No.
It's in his kitchen and the entryway. And they labeled it unknown male C. And I'm like, I bring it up all the time. I don't ever hear anybody talk about it. I just think that's so wild.
I've got it backstage, but it doesn't seem to come up on the...
Yeah, Dago will have to put it on the stage when he gets back.
Sorry. And
No
I
worries.
stopped sharing.
Yep.
That's okay. We can just talk.
Yeah, so item 41 is... report 41 is item 137 and 138. And these are, from recollection, these are Dylan and Bethany's fingerprint exemplars.
Oh. And then what's on 43?
Just scrolling through, so we get to massive redactions.
Is there pages missing?
Well, I would assume so. The page numbering on this is each report has page numbers at the bottom in the footer, but the whole document doesn't have page numbers. So then it goes, the previous one is a bunch of redactions. Report 43 starts on page 1768 and on the 29th of May 2025, responded to Idaho State Police District 1 office to assist with the homicide investigation. Detective Andrew Hoddle, ISP Detective 1, and Fox from Moscow PD arrived a short time after, collected fingerprint exemplars from and I would need to find where I was pulling these documents. I think this was a recollection of Hunter Johnson's fingerprints because there was issues with the first ones that didn't work out too well.
Sorry about that, running late on that. And where did Mikey go?
I don't know.
He fell out the window. I don't know.
Oh, he said he's fixing it. Edge dumped him. So, you know what? While you're looking through that, Geoff, I have a question for you. I want to be able to write this down now, so I'm thinking about it. So I'm going to put together a roundtable discussion, and I'm forcing, whether they like it or not, and they can argue with me, they're not going to win. I'm forcing Kim and Logan to join us on it, as well as Lana's joining us. Mikey, of course, if he wants to. I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining all of us on that as well.
I would love to.
Okay.
You know, the
On
more
what?
in this, the better. Yeah.
Remember, were you there for the last one that Lana did, where we all jumped on the panel together, Logan? All of us, it was Bob, everybody was on that?
Mm-mm.
Or no? Okay. Well, you're going to do it now.
Do you know when it is?
No. I'll work that out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it anytime soon. I just want to make sure we get everybody.
Ruby at least being available with the
Yeah,
camera turned off. Try and get her onto the.
Sure. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it's going to be. I'm trying to get it like it was, us here. Again, Logan, Kim, Lana, who else were we looking at? Maybe Harsh, if we can get the times right. As many creators as we can get together to discuss it. Now that we've had these new doc drops and stuff, we're going to try to put as many of us together as we can that all work within the same realm of things and see if we can have a huge talk about everything.
Sounds fantastic. Yeah, count us in.
Absolutely. You freaked me out, Logan. You look like I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't doing that.
Oh no! I'm trying to do 4 different things in my brain right now. So
I know I'm teasing you. She just made that face like, ew. I don't want to do nothing.
Geoff, is your do you have email or a way to contact you through email?
I do. Truth Neurons at Gmail. No, and in there, just Truth Neurons
at Gmail. Okay. If I
put it in chat.
I know that I have to go find my old notes. When I was going through the DNA stuff, and when I find that, I will email it to you.
My comment failed to post. Interesting. Yeah, but as I was saying on this report, 41 is.
All right. Sorry, Mike.
You're good.
My button was sticking on my mouse. I need a new mouse.
Yeah. Microsoft decided to dump my ass.
Where'd you go, Mikey?
I went to full screen, and Microsoft Edge decided to tell me that it didn't support it, and it dumped my ass.
I hate Microsoft Edge.
I fight with Microsoft all the time. I can't stand it.
I hate that program. I dumped it as much. I tried to not use it for anything.
That's the
Can
only
I just
way
say, once you go Mac, you don't go back?
I am.
No.
My name is Geoff.
I hate Apple products. I hate Apple products.
So do I. I just hate Microsoft products more.
No, I got you.
I like people more than computers, which is why it's so great.
Workaround to get the best audio without dealing with StreamYard's noise cancellation with this soundboard. So that's why.
No, I got it. I get it.
Thank you, Bianca Jane, for putting our email in chat.
Ms. Bianca, thank you, dear.
Because if you run the same browser, that's where a lot of the problems are with StreamYard.
Yeah. I've had to change. Remember that day I had to change my browser for everything because it was, oh my God, you guys. That was a disaster. Complete disaster. And by the way, not that I should have to say this, but if you have not yet hit the like button on all these channels, guys, please take just a few minutes, hit the like button, share it out, show a little bit of love and support if you can. We do appreciate that so very much, including Truth Neurons, if you will. Thank you, Miss Laura Jones. Appreciate that. I got plenty to go through later.
So yeah, because it's on screen, I'm just going to do this and then stop screen sharing because it seems to be bugging with something on my
No
computer.
problem. Whatever works,
but where are we at? So at the top, you got page 2 of 2. Down the bottom, page 1 of 2 for report 41. You can see in the corner here, 41. This is Dylan and Bethany. So I've got an Excel spreadsheet somewhere that actually marks off these items 24M1284, these reference numbers for the agency exhibits, which is why I'm saying relatively confidently what they're from, although it is very early hours in the morning. So they take exemplars from each of them. And they took them quite late in this case, which is really pretty wild. Then you've got the beautiful giant black boxes that we're used to.
yes, so many of them.
Anything that's the juicy parts, I'll just redact. Scroll down to, you have these admin review checklists, which is really interesting because they are signed off by, they're meant to like validate the report by another analyst. And there's so many things that are ticked that just don't happen in the reports.
Right.
You see from 41 where we're at, it goes to 43.
Okay, I just FOIA'd 42. I don't know if you've FOIA'd it before or anybody has, but I just did it.
Wow. That's
just in case.
That is
awesome. Sense.
And I don't know if I told you, Logan probably doesn't know, and some of you guys may not know. Thank you, Aquarian. But I put 2 FOIAs in recently. I put one in for Sadie Buck, who was Pete L. Waka's girlfriend. And I also put one in, and I know it sounds ridiculous, and I think Jules did the same thing already, but who knows? Maybe it'll make a difference. I doubt it. I put one in for any, make sure you correct me, Kim, because I remember I showed it to you. I can't remember how I worded it now, but any and all audio and video footage within the neighborhood of 1122 King Road, minus or excluding the 1112 camera footage. And then there was a list of things that I added to it that
like examples.
Yes, of what we wanted. So I've gotten no response other than they received the email. So we'll see what happens, because I'm telling you guys, I put my life on it. I know that there were at least 3 cameras in that neighborhood that were facing that house that I saw in the very beginning of the case that they've never even remotely mentioned. Okay. Now 3 people have mentioned cameras that we've never seen. And the 3 people that have mentioned them are people that you may not want to trust in, but Steve Gonsalves was one. Chris Whitcomb was another, and I can't remember the third person that pointed, but we saw them in the beginning of the case. We had somebody boots on the ground walking the neighborhood, and there were 3 damn cameras that were facing 1122 that would have picked up everything, in my opinion. So if I get it, we're going to have a fucking party. I'm going to tell you right now. That's all I'm saying.
Logan,
it's probably going to cost $100,000 too, so be prepared.
Do you think that that description is too wide to where they'll just go, F you?
Well, the way I put it,
I didn't hear you.
Are you talking to me or Logan?
Oh, so I said Logan. Do you think like that is like what he and how he put that FOIA in, and how it's like the what he's asking for is like too open to the point where they'll go, oh yeah, we're not even going to pay attention to this.
Well, see,
it's
that's
not like
why I
too much to the point. Yeah,
that's why I put the specifics in, Mikey. I said to include, but not limited to. That, of course, our buddy Chat told me to do that. But that way it separated each thing into sections in that aspect. So, I know what you're saying. It's such a wide, broad.
They're going to come back and say they don't exist. I already know.
Well, I'm sure because they did it to Jules, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They will. It'll say they don't exist, or they'll either say it's too broad, and then when you put in an actual address, they'll say they don't exist.
Well, I'm trying either way, because I know, I'm telling you, I would bet everything I have. I know for a fact that there were 3 cameras. There was one on the back side of the white building. There was one on the corner house, going down to the intersection, and there was one in between there. I think it's the littler, is it blue or green place there? And there's no reason that they would be there and not working, is my opinion. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely think there's more cameras and with absolutely more footage, but I think they're hiding it from us, and they're not gonna
well,
freaking give it.
my thing is, Logan, is I think the reason why they've never been exposed is I think those cameras very likely probably have absolutely the truth on them as to who was there, who wasn't there, what times they were there. Yes,
absolutely. And I agree. And I think that's why we're not getting them for sure.
And the dates that I put on it was from November 11th at midnight through November 13th at midnight. So I doubt, like I said, you're probably right. I won't get anything out of it, but it's worth trying. It was just
for sure.
an email.
I send FOIAs all the time that I'm like, I know they're not going to give it to me, but might as well try. Never know.
Have you heard anything back on the ones you sent recently, Kim?
I asked them for an update, a status update, and I did not hear back from that. So all I've gotten is the confirmation that they received it. But I was looking back to see what they were even for. One of them is someone they interviewed that is supposed to be Xana's ex. And I'm trying to figure out who that is because that's supposed to be the biggest supplier. It's in a report, the way it was written.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure that out. And then
Definitely.
Pete Elgariaga was one of Xana's exes.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's not him. The person was from.
I know who you're talking about.
I don't know who it is.
The guy in that picture. The guy in that picture
with the curly hair.
Yeah, she's standing there hugging him. I was trying to find his name.
I mean, I don't know who. I mean, if they interviewed Pete and he's from the place but I didn't think based on what I read in there that no, they didn't. It's not an interview of him. It's an interview of. I don't know. I can't remember how it was worded, but yeah.
I think it would be interesting to.
It's not Mason Rogue.
No, it's an interview with the girl who is Xana. She said, Xana is my best friend outside of my sorority house. So it's not a Pi-Phi because then they would have been in the same sorority. And she said something about Xana's ex being the biggest supplier, one of Xana's ex.
Marco Antonio Rojas.
But I think he was a Delt, and I want to hear that girl's interview because I want to try to figure out what is she saying about this guy. Who is this guy?
That might be his name because I've heard that name more than once, Kim. That Marco Antonio Rojas guy.
Well, and if you think about Rojas, Maddie sent him a picture at the club, right?
That's something.
Oh,
it'd be interesting to hear from some more people on Xana's side for sure.
Yeah.
And that's the curiosity that I have too with a lot of this because, and I'm curious what your thoughts are, Geoff. I did a show one time about what's going on with Ethan that night because I think a lot of us believe that there was something strange going on around and pertaining to Ethan that night specifically, based on the things we've seen and learned. We know that there was a fight. Obviously, there was some kind of I'm going to call it a fight. We don't know what it was, but that happened at the Hunkadunga that Pete was involved at. That, when Pete said, well, I took him outside to have a beer with him because he said it was hard to date Xana. And I called bullshit on that because you don't just do that. And like I said, any guy knows that when that happens, you're cooling down somebody because there's something going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
there were some Delts at that Hunkadunga.
Yeah, there was a lot, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another
we're
thing.
Still looking at we look at the interview of Ethan's parents. Basically saying there were no drugs involved and no love triangle. Now half of that's already been proven to be false.
Yeah.
And
why did she come out so fast? You know what I mean, Geoff? Like she came out immediately, like within 2 days, and said, This is not what it is when nobody even said that. You know what I'm saying? Except,
Yeah.
well, I mean, the mayor did say it was what did he say? An act of,
I
uh,
I
what the
think that
hell?
was
Protection or something.
that was
Yeah, yeah.
also, in my opinion, like part of their dislike for Xana and maybe why they didn't fully approve of her. Because, the way I see it is,
The Chapin?
Ethan, yeah.
Oh, her upbringing. Yeah, of course.
They didn't
Yeah.
like her. We know
And-
that they didn't like her.
And then they find out maybe that he's not staying at his apartment. And then this boils down and they're like, and they know the truth. And they're like, oh boy, his grades went to crap. And then he starts we got him an apartment. He didn't even, get back right. And now this happens.
Do you
Yeah.
want a tinfoil
1,000,000%.
theory on the apartment?
Please do.
Just hypothesizing a possibility. If there's drugs in the house, that Ethan's there for security.
Yeah. Because
Having
I
a
think-
male presence at the house would increase the perception of security, even if there's not
Yeah.
the necessary increase in security. Then what was over at Ethan's apartment? Was that
That's
was
a
there
big
storage there?
That's a big point of
Yeah.
contention, sir. We've talked
Yeah.
about that. And even the fact that not just that, but where Ethan's apartment is when we figured out where that was is very very conveniently right across
Oh,
the street
yeah.
from Janelle Braun's house. And it's like, come on. How did you find the apartment? Did somebody help you find it that maybe that most people don't realize maybe? Or is it just if that is a coincidence, which I could believe that. That's pretty wild. But here's the thing. I'm sure he stayed in that apartment at some point in time. Maybe got to know some people and may have met her. And I just wonder, is all I'm saying.
I mean, the way I see it, in the way like people say that, Xana was always basically, attracted guys and how Ethan felt about things. I think that's probably why they were at a point in the relationship and this came up and he said, oh, I got to go to this apartment and something was happening and whatever. But it was some point they were maybe in the relationship why he didn't even want to stay there. I don't know. I don't think he had that apartment that long before all this happened. What, months? Because the semester ended in when? Which we don't know that. What, August? And that's when he would have got shipped out of that? Well, who knows? It's all speculation. 3 months.
Who would have got shipped out?
I mean, when did Ethan get sent out of the frat house? He probably didn't have that apartment for more than 6 months.
Yeah, it would have been at the end. It would have been in May. The
The
previous.
end of the first semester.
Was it
Yeah.
May or August?
Well, May the semester ends, and
Well, what
so
about the August one?
They close the dorm, so you either go home or you stay somewhere.
Why has it got to be May?
Because
Why
that's
isn't it August?
because the semester ends in May.
What
Yeah.
about the August one, right? Isn't there one that ends in August?
I don't think
No, they start.
summer
Like
school.
a trimester, I think. Are you talking about there's
Isn't
a
there,
different
like,
stream you can go in, which is not the
3-4
normal
different
semester?
semesters in a school
I
thing?
mean, I don't know. Do the fraternities stay open during the summertime?
I don't know.
It goes by semesters. There's 2 semesters. There's fall and spring.
Oh, gotcha. That's for
That's
what I know.
Yeah.
So May, June, July, August, September.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then
6
yeah.
months. So yeah, I mean, who knows? They're definitely stained about something.
where did him and Xana spend the summer?
At the freaking lake. Ethan's parents.
Okay.
I want
they
to know,
They weren't there.
why did they always ask these questions to some of these kids? Like, oh, about Ethan's parents? It just makes no sense.
And
You
money.
There was a question in the chat. You don't pay summer tuition unless you sign up for classes, and then you just pay for the classes.
Kaylee was there over the whole summer, wasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And didn't Maddie go somewhere for the summer? Like with Jake?
I don't
I-
know what he did.
I think so. Why does that sound right?
Yeah, I think I swear I remember hearing she went to Boise for the summer with Jake. So
Yeah,
That rings a bell.
Yeah.
And I recently, I don't know if I read it or just heard some, I don't know if this is speculation, but about Jack D living in the house with Kaylee over the summer.
I heard the same
Is that
thing.
true?
So weird. But yet the guy never went to any of the parties.
Because first all we heard was that someone, like she did have a roommate for the summer, but then I heard it was Jack D, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Right.
But I
That's
can't remember
bizarre.
where that was from. The other thing that I put in a records request for was the Kaylee did do her student teaching. It looks like, because it's described in a report. It was like 2 months long, and that would be standard. But it looks like there was something shady that could have happened with the supervisor, like and it was a male that she got placed with at a school.
He was probably under the investigation of that shit.
Yeah, so they interviewed that guy, so I want to hear that. Yeah.
Why is there
Oh.
always something like that attached to this? Always.
But it makes it even more curious of how, if she finished her student teaching in the spring of 22,
Why did she change her major then?
Yeah.
why didn't she just graduate then? Because usually that's the last thing you do.
And so here's the thing of what I feel was kicked around is, oh, did she not go for the teaching thing because of 2020 and she couldn't do the teaching stuff? So that debunks that, because that's 2022.
It does. And think about it. So she was doing student teaching in the spring of 20. It was like January, February. And so then this happens. And then we get her saying, I can't do my student teaching. And then she changes. And then she changes her major.
Right.
In the spring.
That's what I didn't understand. That right there,
Timeline
Kim.
of that does not make sense.
What the heck was the date on that? We'll talk later.
Yeah.
What was the date she started the internship with Extreme Networks?
It was over the summer.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to look at the timing, because you've got the encrypted laptop, the phone availability. Now, Extreme Networks had some issues right around that same time as well.
Right.
One of their around breaching or their products being found in Russian satellites or Russian military equipment.
Right.
So there's an investigation into one of their subsidiaries of Vaya, which is around some telecom stuff. Then there was also the Clopit cyber attack, of which Extreme Networks was one of the organizations that got breached, along with a number of the hospitals in the region.
The hospitals,
universities. So there's a major cyber breach going on.
Yes.
Is an intern for this tech company. And if you've seen the video, I'm trying to remember which creator put it out, but it was a video of Olivia showing Kaylee's LinkedIn profile, which showed her as being an intern at Extreme Networks, but that profile disappeared offline very, very quickly.
I think it was either Olivia or Plunder, I think, that may have put that video out you're talking about.
Yeah.
So let's talk this through. So if she was set up to do this student teaching thing, and then something happens in the middle of it, so she doesn't complete it, and it makes her not able to finish it. And so now I can't get my teaching degree. And so now I'm like, oh my gosh. And my sorority sisters are coming to my rescue, because there's a whole thing in the book, Broken Plea, about how it looks like they rallied around her and they helped her get that internship. So, and then I remember a talking point about her graduating. Now, all of them got like posthumous degrees, correct? But Kaylee wasn't in that, was she?
No, because she was graduated, from my understanding.
Well,
according to her mother.
How though?
Was she?
Kaylee
How,
graduated
though?
early, and she was.
But if you can't do your student teaching and you've got to change your major, how are you graduating early?
But then they would have given
That's
it
a good
to her
point.
posthumous. They would have given it to her posthumous, though.
But don't. Yeah, but hold on.
Unless you're not part
Hold
of,
on.
unless you're not attending the university anymore.
Hold on, because in the very beginning of the case, you guys, I remember it was one of the first interviews. Thank you very much, Miss Laura. You are so very much appreciated. In the beginning, was it Christy? I think it was Christy that said that Kaylee was going to, and maybe it was again me speaking, but Kaylee was supposed to come back that Tuesday to graduate. Remember? I know you guys heard this.
Yeah.
And so, okay.
Yeah.
Like Logan said,
Just
how
must
the
take
hell
some
is she
tests or
going to
something, she
graduate?
said.
Like she was doing early. Steve said she graduated early. Maybe she tested out or some shit like that. But if you changed her major, how? I agree with Logan.
How are they doing graduations and Thanksgiving? What the?
If she got a degree, it would have had to have been the education degree. And
Right.
I mean, I think that's pretty factual because you'd have to complete a lot of credits.
Something, yeah, right.
So
But-
the only thing I can think of is that she didn't finish. Maybe she just didn't finish and she just went straight for a good job.
But so her sorority rallies around her and then she drops out of the sorority. Wouldn't that piss them off?
Well, with saying that, you notice that there's not much talked about her sorority, huh?
It's the girls that already graduated. It's the girls that were older than her.
The ones
They
that were
weren't there at the school anymore.
pre this bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
remember, guys, her friend group was older than her.
Yeah.
In the report, it does say Kaylee was definitely the target. I think it was Kirby's report.
Nobody knew Kaylee.
All of the
Multiple people are
sign-
saying that she was the target at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems fairly evident. And so you wonder if there's a confidential informant in the house that's the target of the homicides. Can we infer that Kaylee is the confidential informant? Hypothetically, just spitballing, what changed around that time from her studies to the internship to everything else?
Yeah.
I want to know what happened that entire year before, okay? The whole year in the summer. I want to know what went on in their lives. Because I'm telling you, especially with Kaylee, whatever went on, in my opinion, for the at least the 6 months before this, something happened. And I think it.
Yeah. Yeah. Lucy is saying it's Maya Clark is the girl's name.
Thank you, Lucy.
Oh, I should know that. Wait, what is Lucy talks in code? I can never decipher it.
Oh my God.
State local education something.
I'm sorry.
You know,
It's not your fault.
no comment.
She said Extreme Network. I said, what is SLED? Because she kept writing SLED. State local education. Oh, Maya Clark was, I believe, a sorority sister older than Lucy, already graduated, and she was a recruiter for Extreme Net. Oh, maybe she wasn't a sorority sister, because there was a woman too. So a recruiter woman. But then I also know that her sorority sisters helped.
There's something weird.
Mm-hmm.
And then she typed digital fabric. I have no idea what that means.
So I guess if you took dates and pinned this to when all these people around the university were doing this this stuff that they were fired for, right? I wonder what those dates are.
That who got fired?
What was this at WSU? That
Yeah.
what are those dates? I wonder what that
was
matches up to.
around September
2022. No.
2022.
Yeah, except it was the
I know
fall
that
of. Yeah.
Matt Kurt resigned on the 1st of November, but it was around August or September, I think.
I wonder when that investigation started.
You see,
I don't know.
I think that had been going on for a while.
I think there's something there. I don't know what, but I think there's something there.
Because those two universities are basically one, pretty much.
Well, yeah, and there's some like the connectedness between the two police departments, I think, is starting to be uncovered.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very much so.
Okay, so it is. So it was April 2022 when Bryan was interviewed for the graduate research assistant position at WSU.
Mm-hmm.
And then July 2022, Gary Jenkins retires from Pullman Police. And it was July 2022 that Larson, Gardner, and Hanson resigned from WSU PD.
Hold on. Wait a minute now.
Exactly.
I just did not know that.
Yeah.
So
July
Bryan interviewed with Pullman before he even got there.
Well, if we back that out, that's 6 months.
Yeah, he did a Skype interview, an online interview.
I didn't realize that.
One of the document drops included the Skype or Teams meeting. I'd have to find it in the.
But if that missing time frame really comes into play.
Yeah, April 2022. See if I've got.
That brings
April
more to the table.
2022. And then.
How did I not know that?
The exact date in Jenkins' retirement, but the same month as Jenkins retires, Chief Bill Gardner, Assistant Chief Steve Hansen, and Captain Mike Larson all resigned pending investigation into disciplinary action. And then it was August 21st of August 2022 when the traffic stop of Bryan's car happened. Then October 14 is when he was stopped for running a red light, so the other traffic stop. November 1st is when Matt Kurt resigns from Washington State University PD while he was under investigation for his sexual activity with students in uniform on campus. Then the homicides on the 13th. And
that bugs me.
Yeah.
That bugs me.
That all kind of ties. Oh, where does this cloud forensics come into that and Bryan? There you go. Right?
What do you mean?
Wasn't that mentioned that
in his interview, when he interviewed,
he was doing something with cloud forensics?
He said that's he wanted to work on that.
Gotcha.
Right.
So that's one of the reasons he went out there, was to help rural areas develop their cloud forensics. How are there police reports reports for those officers? Like, how did those officers get busted? Who initiated
how did that investigation start?
Do you know, Geoff? Are there girls who came forward? I've not found anything about it. The start of the media, or the start of the documents I've found, was around those resignations.
That's crazy.
From the chief, etc. But
that's it doesn't go right. It doesn't go straight to resignations.
Mm-mm.
No.
Especially when you got somebody leaving before.
And if there were no complaints and it was something being done behind the scenes,
but
then that would happen, because it would be.
You only have to look at Pullman Police and WSU Police, where there have been numerous sexual assaults and allegations of sexual assaults on campus, in that community, in frats. There was one I found interesting, was a case, Madeline Barlow, I think it was. Haven't been able to figure out if it's a correlation with Bicker Barlow, but Madeline Barlow versus WSU, who was assaulted by someone on WSU campus. And it was around what is the scope of duty of care for a university, and does it include the frat houses, et cetera, et cetera. Off the top of my head. So there's a lot of stuff happening. There was, in that time, there was issues with, was it Brashears or was it one of the others? I've got a mental blank of who else, but I remember Opgenorth was the one that interviewed on the co-packer SWAT thing, but also around the same time was in court for DV on his wife or something. there was so much happening in Pullman at that time. It's wild. Again, I've got 8 terabytes of files and videos and everything. I'm not surprised that the defense had, what was it, 36, 37 terabytes?
Jesus, Geoff.
Yeah, I've collected a few things. Whether or not all of it's relevant or not, I don't know. But it's like have it rather than not have it, and see what connects.
Yeah.
Someone commented on chat. Sorry, Kim, you go.
I know there's a few reports. There has to be about victims at WSU because there's officers who were. There was something that happened at a stadium or something, or it was in one of the student buildings with a girl and one of the officers. So
that was Matt Kurt, who resigned on the 1st of November.
Okay.
Yep.
So it was probably
That was
written
his-
about after the
Yep.
fact. Okay.
I mean, that's not the only case of that sort of thing happening.
Right.
I just can't remember the other cases that come to mind because it was looking at, when I was looking at the chronology of Bryan arrives at WSU, and it's a very short window between that and the police chief and everyone resigning. As someone who's neurodiverse, as someone who likes taking a deep dive into data, was there something at WSU that he found and he was involved in bringing it to light or whatever, hypothetically?
Mm-hmm.
And then that's had a flow-on effect from the resignations to then, okay, well, I've got no senior protection from the chief and the captain all resigning. So Matt resigns. WSU officer finds Bryan Zelantra. There's the traffic stops that are brought in. It all kind of keeps linking back to WSU.
Yeah, it does seem to always go back to WSU.
Let me read something to you guys. So, the title of this is Nothing Should Have Happened to Any of Us. It says, and trigger warning too, by the way. By the time Washington State University allowed a student to transfer to its flagship campus, it had evidence he was at risk. He was at risk, I'm sorry. 4 women at the university's commuter campus in Vancouver had told staff the man sexually harassed them or made unwanted sexual contact. University's investigation of one of those cases was still underway when it approved Thomas Luke Collane's transfer to its Pullman campus in 2017, his senior year. The woman whose report started the investigation, whose initials are QR, told administrators she was concerned for students in Pullman where there were dorms and more drinking. WSU suspended Collane for about a week, after finding him responsible for sexual misconduct. His summer suspension ended after he wrote a short essay on what he learned about consent. First off, what the hell? But okay. 10 days later, Collane sexually assaulted a freshman student. Nothing should have happened to her. QR said nothing should have happened to any of us. People knew. The Seattle Times does not generally name sexual assault survivors without their consent. The women in this story requested that none or part of their names be used. Collane, now 26, of Camas Clark County, declined through an attorney to speak to a reporter. University police and court documents or records document the allegations against him. This is the one guy I think you brought up, Geoff. Okay, he assaulted multiple people. Okay, and there was nothing done to him, and he wasn't the only one that had done this. But I think this is where this started at. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it goes on and on and on, but I'm just giving you guys insight into this.
That's the Barlow versus WSU case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. And it shows that like student sexual misconduct investigations at Washington University. You good, Logan? Okay. sexual harassment, sexual assault, stalking, intimidation, exploitation, sexual violence, sexual misconduct, domestic dating violence, so on and so forth. The highest amount of reports is in sexual harassment, 259 reports. And there's actually 100. This was that year. I'm sorry. 21, so November 21 through 22. There were 492 reports of sexual misconduct.
Wonder where those interviews are.
500, folks. 138 sexual assaults. Are you fucking serious?
That ain't a slip up, bud.
And they're not, and the police were probably, it sounds like they were joining in instead of like doing their job. It does point back a lot of and I said before, not too long ago, you guys might remember, I said, you got to think too. It makes you wonder. Everybody thinks that the crime was committed by people probably from Idaho, from Moscow, because it's central to them. But what if it's not? What if it came from, what if the people came from WSU's area or their campus or even any of that? You know what I mean?
It's a stone throw away, pretty much.
100%.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. Especially coming from the law enforcement are the ones doing it.
Yeah.
Who do you go to? You know what I'm saying? So that's
all you have
horrible.
to do is go to the WSU website and look at their sexual assault team, the people who they've assigned those roles, to see that there's not one female amongst them.
Shocker, huh?
And not
exactly
not to say that that's necessarily a gender thing, but you'd think that there's more sexual assaults as male perpetrators. They're going to go and have to speak to a male cop when they know the history of that university and the dismissal or the complete cover-up of sexual assaults are systemic in that place.
Mm-hmm. That's comforting.
Yeah, isn't it?
Jeez.
Something's wrong. Something is wrong out there, period, folks.
I'm glad I don't got kids, Geoff.
I have two.
Bless your heart.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot.
Too much. Wait for Kim to jump back in. I think it's probably about time to bring this to a halt. We're heading on 4 hours, and I know I just said I wasn't going to do that to you guys, but here we are. This has been good conversation. Now it's hard to walk away from.
I do have one question for you, Geoff, before if we're going to end. I have a question. What do you think is one moment in this case for you, in your opinion, that changed everything? Was it the autopsies? Was it the crime scene photos? Was it a specific report? Was there a moment that things changed for you?
There was certainly the I think we discussed earlier around the stereotyping of neurodiversity in the media. But the one thing that really made us go, what the hell, was a Fox News interview. The Goncalves parents outside in middle of winter with Fox doing an interview. I paid that bill. You didn't have to go upstairs. I sent my daughter to college. She came back in a box, blah, blah, blah. All of those were really strange comments to us. I'm like, what is he even talking about? That was kind of it's hard to remember even before that, but there were so many things that were unusual. But that's the first one that jumped out to mind of something's not right. Something's really not right here.
And you're absolutely right, because it seems like after that point that he was saying those weird comments on the news and things like that, that the whole court system tried to shut him down and shut him up. So it's like what he was saying, you could take it as like, I'm being an alpha dad and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's what it was. I think it was him trying to talk in code in a sense and the court system and everybody that surrounds that said, stop it. We're shutting you down. Shut your mouth.
Even when he catches himself about to say something, but there's a pause in that statement of, I paid for that funeral. You know, there's a little gap there that's like, what was the word that was going to come out?
I paid that bill.
Yeah,
Yep.
and the other interview where they're sitting on the couch with Olivia and he's talking about, you know, if being, you know, I'm about being targeted or something, and then talks about sleeping with your friends or going to a strip club and all this kind of thing. And the prize-winning comment of Olivia saying a father and daughter's intuition.
Oh,
When she
yeah.
for both parents, you're like, how? You know,
Very
I also,
strange.
the phrasing that I didn't pick up on at the time, but only recently came back to mind was, there's things you know and things you don't want to know. Not there's things you know and things you don't know, but things you know and things you don't want to know, suggesting they know other stuff that they really don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Let me answer this question real quick, in my opinion, at least. Thank you so much, Laura. Again, if a female was involved in the killing, I guess we could all answer this our own way. What part did she do, or was she the planner? Thank you all. Me personally, Laura, I think she was hands-on involved. Whatever female there was, I think she was in the mix. Hands-on, very likely had a knife in her hand, going to town. That's my opinion.
I think we should all answer this.
That's what I want. Yeah.
I'll answer it. I'll say that I do think there was a female involved that physically was doing harm.
Yep.
Specifically, if we look at Kaylee's face, and Laura, if you haven't seen, I've made pictures of every wound. You can go to my page on YouTube and click on posts and scroll down a couple, and it'll have some links for all the pictures of the wounds. They're not crime scene photos. I made them. So they're my pictures of what the medical terminology says. So Kaylee has very specific wounds to her face, to where they're like poke marks of just the tip of the knife or another weapon or something. And they are hemorrhagic. So they were when her heart was beating. So they were, in a sense, like Dago just said, like a torture, or I'm going to ruin your face on purpose. And that is not something a male would sit there and do. And the other part is both Kaylee and Maddie had 2 neck wounds. Kaylee's were when she was alive, or she could have been knocked out unconscious, but her heart was beating. And Maddie's were post-mortem after she was deceased. The problem with those wounds are that the skin on the neck is very tough. But once you get through the skin on the neck, it's like almost like open air. It's just so easy. It like slices like butter once you get through the skin. And those neck wounds were so shallow that they were purposefully done with minimal pressure. So just to visually make a mark and prove a point rather than to incapacitate or kill.
They weren't meant to be fatal, right?
They were not. So to me, that's a female. That's not a male.
Yeah, that's a cosmetic injury. Like somebody was purposely trying to disfigure them, or at least one of them, to make them be ugly, per se. I agree with that.
Very superficial, yeah.
Miss Kim?
Females, in my opinion, were organizers, drivers, in the house, but I don't know, managing things, part of cleanup, the what did they call it? Staging or whatever. That's what I think. But I understand what you're saying, Logan.
Mikey?
I'd have to say at this current point, I think there's 3. Not actually involved in the killings, but in the process. There's a lurer. There's, Molly comes into play someplace. And then I think our girl, Braun, was involved in this with her associates.
I agree on that fully.
Yeah, I think there could be 3.
And I think she was hands-on. That's the one I think was hands-on.
I think, and this is again a tinfoil theory, if you look at what I was talking about earlier of scopolamine and the effects of that drug for essentially mind control, truth serum, someone can be walking, talking, acting, they can follow any command that's given to them, and it will wear off in 8 hours, incidentally, and they would have no memory of doing any of it. It's also called Colombian devil's breath. It's in trumpet flowers, black henbane. It is what the CIA used for the MK Ultra program, not to go full psyop, but given that the files there have been recently released, if you look at the statements, the testimony from Dylan Mortensen, and I don't remember, could have been a dream, I don't, maybe this, maybe that, it lines up, in my opinion. I don't think she did it alone. I think there were definitely multiple people, but I just think if anything was a potentially redeeming thing, if it was to be found that was the case, that they were drugged with this essentially mind control drug, to go full tinfoil hat theory, then you could quite easily tell someone, "Oh, go stab yourself in the arm," and they'd get a knife and they'd stab themselves in the arm. There's no boundary to what they will do to themselves or others while under control of this drug.
That would be wild.
It would be wild. It also,
Absolutely.
black henbane grows wild throughout that region. Roadsides. Yeah. You can find a video on it on the University of Idaho website. Not safe for human consumption or animals, yet it contains this chemical, which would have this effect.
No shit surprises me. That would make some reason, which I think the girl was a day off, but remember the girl that supposedly walked some of them home, and she turned around because
Kennedy Fitzgerald.
She kind of seemed like maybe she didn't like what was there. I mean, you don't know what these kids were playing around with in general.
Wild stuff, you guys. Wild stuff.
Crud Dog Studio. No, I don't mean cocaine. I mean scopolamine. It goes by other names.
It's like Angel Trumpet, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is similar.
Yeah.
Very interesting, sir. I never had heard of that until tonight. That's wild.
It's pretty wild. I just happened to see a video on scopolamine and went, "What is that?" And at the same time as I did a live, I think it was last week or the week before last, happened to be the same evening that the GOP Oversight Committee were doing the hearing on the MK Ultra files. So it's just kind of serendipity.
Wow. Makes me, as soon as I heard you start explaining that, it made me think of like Diddy, something Diddy'd be using on his
100%. Interestingly, Mexico, frequent holidays to Mexico. If you read some of the things out of the Epstein file, was that year, earlier in that year, there was a big party that was organized by Epstein's mates in Mexico. Don't know if the timing lines up again. It's just trying to.
All eating peyote?
Mikey, probably.
That's crazy stuff, man. Damn.
They're frat kids, that's what they do.
Right.
Someone says in the chat, Life of Riley says, didn't Manson girls and guys do a drug before murders? It has come out in the reports that Charles Manson was under mind control by the CIA in this MK Ultra experiment. Yes.
I remember reading that. So sorry.
I did go down that trail once. What kind of drugs was Dylan on the night before? Because she just seemed scattered big time.
If you look into it, and you'll find that all of the statements she's given and the lack of memory and the confusion would line up with this. But who knows?
But then my mind goes to like, okay, where would she get that? Or why would somebody give that to her? Like, why her? Yeah. Then my mind goes in.
It's used in, it's quite commonly used by criminal organizations in Colombia, known as Colombia's Devil's Breath, where males would be approached out, at nightclubs or what have you, and it's very easily put into drinks, or it's embedded in another drug, or it's blown as a vapor of smoke to someone's face, and it has almost instantaneous effects, last for 8 hours, and they will literally just follow every command and have no memory of any of it. Used a lot in sexual assault cases.
I guess an easy way to enter that would be
if
they were doing their regular drugs and somebody just entered it, and whoopsie.
At the corner
If it
club,
grows wild around there.
What if they took their eyes off their drink for half a second at the corner club? It's possible.
Speaking of doing regular drugs, has anybody been onto the desk of Xana where she had the little pieces of? There are spots everywhere on that desk.
Talking about that, I was in your show talking about that. Yeah.
There's no explanation for why the powder in that bag, item 71, was found, was blue, sorry. There's also rolled up notes in the glove box of Xana's car, along with rolled up notes on there. There's calculators and notebooks, and you can infer what was going on.
Oh yeah.
That, and from what I've seen, the blue Adderalls, what are they, like 10 milligrams?
But it's not, and I'll tell you that because the actual binders in Adderall were not found in that chemical profile either. From just not ignoring anything the analyst has tried to tell you it is, where they've masked out all of the high scale drugs that would come up late in mass spectrometry. It was only amphetamine comes up early in that gas process. Everything else was masked out.
I've been searching forever for that pile of blue stuff on that desk because I want to know what the size of that is. I've never seen it. I never paid attention.
Or a unstated amount. Yeah. Just makes you wonder how much.
Yeah.
That makes you wonder why that wasn't stated,
And so Tandy did confirm, because I think Tomboy takes these, but the blue ones are 10s.
Yeah.
Which, if you were to crush that up, that was probably look like an eraser on a desk.
But again, none of the binders from any Adderall product, any commercially available Adderall product, appears in those chemical profiles in that report.
Yep.
In the tox report. Okay.
It rules out all Adderall, and there's no opioid testing at all done. Even though there's such a prolific issue with fentanyl, there's no opioid testing done at all.
Fentanyl would not pop under opioid. Fentanyl has to have a completely different test, all of its own, to test for regular fentanyl and carfentanil.
Yeah, and none of that was done.
None of it. None of it.
I'm very curious about that too, and I wonder if that was hidden on purpose.
If the Adderalls are laced with fentanyl, does that change the chemistry you're talking about, the binders, or would you still expect to see that binding?
You'd still expect to see, well, depending on the proportions, you'd still expect to see some of those binder chemical signatures come up
in there. Okay, and there was none. Okay,
and then I think that stems.
Past the first, I think it was around 8 or 9 minutes, because it's a time-based gas where they see different chemical signatures come up as the time elapses. You've got all this noise that starts increasing massively. And when I've fed those data reports into an AI model that I looked at, it actually said, oh, you need to adjust the air intake, and there's some faults with your equipment, and look at this thing and look at that thing. It basically was either the machine is faulty or the analyst intentionally created a fault in the machine.
Wild. Any last questions, anybody, for Geoff?
No, this has been great.
Yeah, it has.
Very much so.
So happy to have met you.
Yeah, I think I've only said Geoff twice.
Yeah, well done. Well done. I've been called worse names.
Maybe 4 times.
Yeah, it might sound like psyops, like tinfoil theories, but there's too many of these threads that either connect or lie parallel to each other, along with the parallel investigation. So you can't not see it as that.
We have to look at every angle too. That's the problem. I don't care how crazy it sounds at this point, this entire case, you have to look at anything short of little green men landing in the band
Yeah.
field and running inside. And even then, I may question it. So
And if
Could
nobody's
I just quickly give a shout out to Curious Cat, because thanks to a comment
Absolutely.
she made about the African American video we did, that comment appeared on a screen at CrimeCon when they were talking about content creators. So we're now Truth Neurons as appeared at CrimeCon. So thanks, Curious Cat, for that. Appreciate the shout out.
absolutely, and thank you for joining us tonight, Curious Cat, for sure.
if
All you guys.
nobody's noticed, look, Geoff has had sunrise in his window in the
Yeah.
back.
It is 10 o'clock in the morning.
Are you going to start your day, or are you going to take a nap?
I pick up my son this afternoon, so I'm going to have a massive power nap between now and the afternoon.
That's
There you
it.
go. There
Yeah.
you go. You got
I
to sleep and
appreciate
get
your,
that
I really
strength.
appreciate
Yeah.
it, Mikey. Thank you for the invite to come and
Oh yes, sir. 100%. Thanks for getting up so early for us.
Yes.
And whether or not Ruby joins me, I hope she will. But for the round table, I'd love to get involved and chat between then and now. But,
100%.
Yeah.
Don't.
No, actually, you're absolutely welcome back. We'd love to have you back with Ruby and or by yourself again.
Yeah.
Whatever works the best for you guys. 100%. It's been great.
And I'm
we
sure
have-
either one of these guys would love to do a collab with you on their own show, just a one-on-one.
Yeah, for
Truth
sure.
Neurons at Gmail. Yeah. Like as
Absolutely.
I said on my lives, it makes such a difference talking to someone when you're doing a live versus
Oh,
just
yeah.
speaking to the ether.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
And thank
fully
you for all
agree
the
with
love.
that.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Yeah, it's quite
Well, sir,
overwhelming.
again, we're all grateful that you joined us. I'm looking forward to the next time any of us can get together with you. I will reach out to you once I get this whole roundtable thing completely organized and together. Even though Logan said ew, I'm just kidding.
Did she really say ew?
No, she made a face and I was like, oh, okay. She wasn't directing it at me though. It was nothing. It was a joke.
I was filling out that FOIA.
Yeah. So no,
And
everybody
You see that
here.
face too. I think that
I
was a
would love to
bullshit face.
Logan, that FOIA's like always at the back of mind. That report, I just haven't worked out how to do that yet. So you doing it is just.
Oh,
Hey.
I'll email it to you. If they say
Yeah.
no, you whatever, kick rocks, I'll let you know. But if they email me anything, I'll just send it to you.
Geoff
You
is
guys
like,
rock, all of you.
I don't need another hamster wheel in my brain.
Right. Yes. Well, Geoff, again, thank
All
you,
right.
sir, for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and good luck with the channel as well. We will all be following along.
Yes, sir.
Keep up the great work, sir. We appreciate you. We're
Thanks
going to
so
go ahead
much.
and let you go for the night. Or the day, I should say. We've kept you too long, I think. So,
All good. I could chat all
Enjoy-
day about it, but yeah, let's wrap it up. So I've got a power nap.
yes, get that
Yep.
power nap in, and please let Ruby know that we missed her, and we're
Yeah.
looking forward to being
I
able
will
to speak with her soon.
Please tell her I said hi. I love listening
will,
to her
Logan.
voice
Yeah.
on your videos.
She
Yes.
raves about you, and so
Aw.
out of anyone, maybe if the two of you did a live together, she
I would love that.
Yeah, I will.
Yes.
I'll try and
Geoff, bring her in with
Be
the
awesome.
females.
Yeah, lots
Absolutely.
of love.
Absolutely. All right, Geoff. Have a great day, sir. Thanks
You
again.
too. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Great show. Awesome show. I loved it.
Yeah.
Very
I-
informative. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Logan.
I just love how many different directions of conversation and just different stuff he brings to the table when talking about this, because it's not just the
Definitely.
same, this footprint and this house and this person. He goes in totally different angles that will just make your brain be everywhere and thinking and overthinking and underthinking and
Fully
everything in
agree.
between.
The name of his channel is Truth Neurons. If mods can put that link in there, please.
He's really slacking.
That is a goose.
It's a porch goose,
Come-
and her name's Ophelia Honkerton. I gotta
Huh.
change her outfit. She's a
Yeah.
cowboy today.
You guys are killing me
Yeehaw.
with some gooses. So great. Yeah. Yes, that my name's Geoff is killing it, you guys. Great show, seriously.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the conversation with him. Like Logan, I agree with Logan. He's all over different aspects of it. And it's
Mhm.
very interesting. I am definitely looking forward to it. Any last thoughts on anything from tonight, Kim, at all?
I learned some things. He's very informative, and I liked that that topics just came up naturally, and we were just
Yeah.
Yeah.
all bouncing off each other. So it was wonderful.
Imagine how many more terabytes are left.
Yes.
Dang. What do you say? 5?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. That's
I have a
Awesome.
question for all of you guys.
Yes, ma'am.
I know I'm sure not everybody's gone through every word of every document that's been released just recently, but so far, what you guys have been able to go through, what is the biggest, surprise or thing that caught your attention about the newly released documents?
I'm gonna say the size stuff and the no pinning to you know what I'm talking about.
Science Levinsky really kind of grounded me for I feel completely justified. But the Barbara Wolf stuff was really interesting too. I didn't expect that. I don't know why, but mostly probably Sly and Levinsky kind of drove it home. I guess that was my. I haven't even got to read through the rest of it. Other than
I was
that,
going to say, what part of it?
the whole thing, I guess I should say the final synopsis of combined Sty and Slavinsky. And then there was a couple little details that I got to, because I didn't get to fully read it. I scanned through the Barbara Wolf stuff that were interesting, that made my eyes perk up. And then I want to go back. I've been doing a piece a day, and I only got to do those ones up to this point. And I
It's a
scanned
lot.
through. Oh, there is.
It's a lot.
I slightly scanned through Turby's tonight, and I couldn't lack on to anything to actually bring up to talk about. But the Cy and Slavinsky thing is really just, I can't get it out of my head. It pissed me off to no end, and then having thing one come out and say the things that were said, to completely try to contradict it when it's in black and white in a document just pissed me off. So I have to stick with that one. It really drove me home. So I can't deal with the blatant ignorance and the blatant stupidity that is being shown when we're reading something and they're trying to still twist and turn it to fit that narrative. It blows my mind.
Yeah.
I can't say it any other way. So that's my take on it.
But my take on the Cy document, that's the one I've been analyzing over and over again. The fact that he used exculpatory several times, his assertiveness, bluntness in his statements. So those are the things that I'm happy about. And you said what was the most surprising?
The word intentionally for me too. I forgot. He used that word many times.
Yes. I guess that he came out and said things were missing and what was missing.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Can I retract? I'm surprised they let this shit out. Are you kidding me? I'm surprised they let any of this out.
Now, I have a question though. I'm not an expert on every single document that has been released with the court records.
Oh no.
Is the 4 a.m. to 4:30 the time that they're saying the crime happened? Is there a court document that I can look at from the prosecution that they actually say, other than the PCA, do they talk about Bryan's whereabouts and being at the house and all of that?
No.
It's
No,
only
ma'am.
PCA.
Yep.
So basically, yeah.
We haven't seen their expert reports yet.
And we cannot tie
No.
Bryan Kohberger.
We have not seen the state's expert reports yet.
Sutton's is in this dump well, at least one of hers is, but she's like from Mars or something, so it doesn't even mean anything to me. The stuff she says just makes no sense. But that's the only one I've seen, Kim.
So who is going to be their cell phone analysis person like Cy-Ray?
That's a good
Yeah.
probably, which we know he's completely like no.
They don't have his
experienced?
report. They haven't released his report.
I don't know.
That's a good.
Why
I
do
don't
I?
think so.
Compare. That's
feel
why
like-
I want to compare.
I'll have to look. Why do I feel like there's something from Nick Balance?
I think there is.
I feel like there is, but I
I'll
just
do
don't know exactly what it is or where it's at. But
No, thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only. I always.
no, there's a lot that just came out.
Yeah.
I've only read a couple of them or gone over a couple of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read some of them when we get off the live, so I can at least be caught up with them. But there's a lot of information.
I don't think there is anything from Balance, like an actual full report, you guys. That's the problem.
There
Yeah.
might not be. I just feel like there was something. I don't know exactly what it would be though, and my brain could be making that up.
Well, I feel like all we've gotten
Come on,
were
Dylan.
motions, right?
Jesus.
Motions, and they were responding back and forth
Yes.
to each other.
Yeah.
Yes.
So as far as expert reports, I don't think this is the first time we've gotten an actual full report. And they're all the defense, except for one, you said, Sutton?
I believe that, yeah, there's a Sutton report in this drop. So, but
Okay.
it's all over the place. The whole, it's a mess. It really
Isn't that
is.
something?
Yeah. The other thing that surprised me was that when Dago and Tomboy were reading Dylan's interview, I thought she said that Xana was there. She actually said Xana.
She did make that statement. I don't know how she was referring to that and what she actually meant.
I gotta
Nobody
go back.
does because she's all over the damn place. I read that 3 times, Kim, and I was like, what?
That it's true, right? Because she, changes her story every 2 minutes. But
I don't know what context she was putting it in because I don't think she did, or maybe she did it on purpose. But
I think
when
you
she
get.
said it, I remember when I was reading that and I thought, and I said, wait a minute, and back up. And I said, I read it 2 more times. It doesn't make sense any way you read it, other than Xana was there. That's all
it was
says.
when she was talking about them being like Kaylee and Maddie getting home and them going upstairs
Right.
and all that. So it was around that time, I think.
And
but-
it to me, it sounded almost, if you take it in that context, like she was saying that Xana was upstairs in the bedroom with them. That's how I took it the first time. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. No, because they weren't home. But is that what she was saying? And she screwed up and it slipped? You know what I mean?
I think she has her own problems managing her own life, and she was handed a script, and she's like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, yeah. Well,
Mhm.
yeah, that makes perfect sense. It
I have
does.
another one too, but I'll let you go, Logan. I don't think you said yours, did you?
Oh, mine, it for sure is Barbara Wolf, the forensic pathologist, how she describes all of the wounds and what and the stuff that was left out from Dr. Singh's report, the measurement, Dr. Veena Singh, the
Yeah, no, I know who that is. I didn't know things were left out.
Sing, sing.
So, there's a lot.
So she
There's
would
a
have had
lot.
to looking at pictures, correct?
She was looking at, and get this, Dr. Veena Singh, who did the autopsy, didn't, usually there's like a key type of thing or whatever, where you put, okay, wound number 1
There was
equals
so many.
picture A. Wound number 2 equals picture B. No. Nothing. Here's a stack of pictures. Here's some numbers. Figure it the hell out.
Ooh.
There's no organization. Nothing.
Typical.
Yeah. So
Typical.
I thought that
That's-
was kind of a big deal. That's very unprofessional.
That's what the couple little things I saw with that. We're going to probably go on over that this coming week. Because that one does point certain things out. And I was like, wow. Because people argued with me when I said, do we trust the ME that did the autopsies? And I was like, Dago, you're dumb. You think everybody's corrupted and you think this, and how could a medical examiner do this and doing that? Well, there was also 3 or 4 police officers standing there with her during the autopsies. And I can see somebody with some intimidation factors saying, no, that doesn't need to go. No, that can be left out. No, we don't need this. No, that doesn't need to be here. All of that kind of shit. Everything else was like that.
Go ahead,
Weren't
Mike.
there some odd people that attended this autopsy thing?
And I can see them saying, here's the knife that the wounds need to match. Make it happen.
Put it in the paperwork.
Thank you. It could match a K-bar knife. It could be consistent with a K-bar knife. Not it was consistent with a K-bar knife. It is consistent with a K-bar knife.
There's clear fuckery already from what we've seen to what we see now. And
Barbara Wolf says, look, this K-bar is this long. That slit on her body before the knife went all the way into the muscle and everything else would have to be at least the length of the K-bar. It's not. It's half the size of it. So it wasn't that knife.
Saying.
One knife.
Nope.
My name is Geoff.
Fully agree with that.
The last thing I'll say is the phone call debacle with the answered phone calls. Huge.
Yep.
I looked up some stuff here, and I'm almost beginning to think this phone record stuff that they've sent and that we're looking at, is that off this Pinterest bullshit? Because it looks like it's basic, like they're showing us. There's no in depth. I don't know.
Well, when I was
We'll talk
reading
later.
yesterday and I went through that whole thing and I was reading down through the calls and the the length of this and I stopped for a minute because I was expecting it to say 000, just like when we and Logan tried to experiment with that. They didn't show us that the first time, if you guys remember that. Now we're seeing a call that was answered for 12 seconds. And this is not from a phone call, folks. It wouldn't be a voicemail. It is a third-party platform that did this on. There is no voicemail. There is none of that shit on this. Who the fuck answered the phone and talked for 12 seconds?
Yep.
So let's roll this back to what could have been made up. Remember the last call that Kaylee made to Jack? That Jack said it didn't happen? Right?
Yes.
Well, and
yes,
they
sir.
don't have jacks.
So
They don't have jacks.
was
They
that
have
put in
some
place for some
Achilles.
reason?
Well, hear me out. So we know that there was a lot of text messages going around saying, oh, you're being cheated on, or let's play a prank on this person, blah, 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 blah. I think that third-party app could be a fake phone number app and not a Snapchat.
They've done this before. But we're working on that angle, and we're going to get us a professional.
That wasn't in Whitcomb's book either, Kat. Not at all.
You know what
Because
was, though?
Lakeland sends a text message, takes a picture of the pants in the bathroom and sends a text message at the same time Ethan gets one that says you're being cheated on.
You're being cheated on. Yep. Yes, ma'am. That is a good
I
point.
think it's possible that there was maybe a text message or phone number calling app, like a spoof. I have a FOIA in on one of the reports where they're talking about somebody's trying to get into somebody's phone with a fake phone number, but a spoofing number. I'm waiting on the response for that. I got they're giving me the information. I just have to wait to get it. I've already paid for it. Anyway, I think that it's possible that Dylan was calling from a spoof number app and not Snapchat, but I could be wrong as well. It's just my speculation.
All while that DoorDash
Okay.
delivery was so delayed. They were so busy.
Yeah.
And I also do have questions still from the moment that Kim brought it up and kind of pointed it out. the text message between Dylan and her father.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
even worse. It's even worse for me now because
Yeah. I saw that right away. I'm
it
like,
says, yeah, he references her as DMM. Like, what parent talks to their child by their initials?
Wait a minute. Could he
Hey,
be
DM.
talking up? Hold on a second. Does Dylan have one of those spoof number apps? And he wasn't referencing phone 1 and phone 2. He was referencing which number?
Yeah.
The fake number to where you can hide these messages
This
and
is
phone
DM,
calls,
and
or
this
the real
DMM.
number?
I mean, you got to think of the guy's past, huh?
Huh.
That's interesting, Logan. And then what Tomboy said, somebody said yesterday too. Does DMM mean Dylan something Mortensen or don't message me?
You know what I think? Dylan looks like a duck, and something's quacking like a duck, bud.
I think 1 or 2 is done or not done. Like,
Mm.
We talked about that, yesterday. Like because you said cryptic, Kim, and that's always stuck with me since then.
Like, is it all good or is it not all good?
or yeah, because then because it was before the 911 call. So then when he says we're going to talk for just 5 or 10 minutes, I think that's like wait 5 or 10 minutes and then
Is 1 or 2 good? And she said 2, and I was like, what? Like, what parent talks to their kid that way? I don't care if you're weird or not. You still don't have that. You just call your kid and talk to him.
I don't know.
Makes sense.
Like it's
Yeah.
too.
They're so structured.
I don't know.
There's something strange about that. It is very cryptic. I fully agree with Kim on that.
You got to think, Joey. When she drinks, she sleeps super hard, and that's usually on the weekends. So
Well,
Well,
not
it's
to
funny-
mention that. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, yours is going to be more important. Mine's just stupid.
No, it's not. Mine is probably stupid too.
You wait till you hear what I say. Mine's dumb.
It's funny because all the things in her interviews that she can remember, I popped popcorn and I did this and I did that and we watched this and blah, blah, blah. Well, wouldn't you be more drunk at that time than
Yes.
2 hours later at 4 a.m. when you can't remember anything because you're too drunk?
You are clearly absolutely correct.
And we played Rage Cage, and you got to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I had
sure
3
Rage
more of those seltzer things. And
I
then
showed the game.
I just fucking lost my mind.
No, 1 million, and I don't give a fuck who hears this. And you're gonna say we're picking on her. She did it to herself. That's the only reason why we're calling it into question. When somebody gets asked a question, and their answer is, "I think I locked my door because I wanted to lock my door, but I don't know that I did because I'm pretty sure I didn't lock my door. When I locked my door the last time it was locked because I wanted it to be locked, but I don't think I did, but I know I did. And then I turned the light on and stared at the door handle. What in the actual fuck is anybody
And then
supposed
I
to
don't
take
know
from
if
that?
there was a door. I don't even know if there was a door.
You're gonna tell me that that's a serious statement?
So
I don't
you
give a
see
shit.
somebody in your house
No.
and you draw as much attention to yourself as possible. You're yelling, you're calling people on the phone, and you're turning your light on. Who turns their light on so they can be seen by an intruder?
Do you
No,
realize that it
you
was
don't.
okay that we walked around in our underwear in here in this place?
There was so much.
My name is Geoff.
Shut up, man. There was so much extra stuff given. I can't even say it now. There
Send
was
it.
no reason to give any of that information out. I can't wait, and I'm gonna call Travis, and I'm gonna ask him, you have to go over this one. You have to review this, and I really want your honest opinion. I mean, do you think she should be like arrested for this? Because even the interviewers, both Aaron and Gooch, were like, I think Blaker was in the background going,
They started asking her about medicine.
yes.
And you know what they should have done? As soon as she mentioned she had a therapist, they should have interviewed the therapist.
Bro.
Yeah.
What
Read
the
Tomboy's comment. She wants you to read her comment.
Oh shit.
Like, I think I might be in a glass wall.
What? No.
No. Oh, and then that's what it was. Gooch said, like, I think I might be a glass wall, like maybe was open
She
or
was
like
playing a
part was
carny.
closed, maybe half open. Shut up, Tomboy. That's what it. Guys, when we were done with that conversation yesterday, I had the worst headache, and I didn't even know my name anymore. So
Tomboy plays it out.
she does it well.
Like, I think I was like,
No, it was so bad. And I don't understand why nobody shut it down right there and said, stop. They did
Yeah.
question her, though, because they said, now, let me understand this from talking to you, and I'm not going to hit it word for word, but I'm seeing that you're taking this from memory, that this is not stuff you knew or something like that. And I went, that's what
Like
you're going to say to her after all of that? That's what you're going to say to her?
It's like
I would
a
have
soap
arrested her
opera.
right there. I mean, come on.
They can't. I think they were given a script too. What the? I mean, in all honesty, if the FBI interviewed all these kids first, why would the town have to interview them? What are they doing in the investigation? I don't know. I don't know.
No,
Shit.
and it's wrong. I don't care who you are. You'll have people like Geoff come in here and say, you
My name
know,
is Geoff.
she was doing did the best she could. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on. No, and that's not acceptable. I don't care what you think. That was bullshit. She was reaching for anything, any answer she could find. When they asked her, this is what you know, her answer to that was, no, I don't know anything.
She might have been doing the best that she could, reading the script she was given, but that's about it.
Dude, come on, Mikey. That's not even okay. A third grader would have done better than that. And she's fucking 19 years old. Come on. And again, I'm not picking on her. It needs to be questioned. It deserves to be questioned. She deserves. That's why I wanted her to be put on the stand. That's why we needed a trial, because that would have not happened on the stand. They would not have allowed for it. I know Logan's ready to go. She needs to go to sleep. But anyway, any last thoughts to you, Mike?
That's
Yes,
a negative
you both
step
need to
in.
go to sleep.
Who are you talking about, Willis?
You
I
both
need to work
get
some
to bed.
overtime.
This girl.
I got to wait for Kim to come back. So my last thoughts are that I have to
Paging.
hold that thought and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Paging. Tan Kim. Oh, man. Are you really going back to work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worked a little this morning. I'm gonna work a
Yeah.
little bit. I need to get this video made for this.
Oh, that thing.
No, that's not what I'm doing, but I need to be doing that. Like, I'm
Oh.
irritated that I'm working overtime because I need to be making this video.
Give it a day.
I need to be focused. I just haven't been. I messed with it for like an hour earlier today, and I'm like, I'm just not feeling this.
Have you went out, touch grass next time you're outside?
I did do that. I took Bronx out. We stood in the front yard for, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes earlier today, just standing there, not like, we weren't going on a walk. We weren't doing anything. We were just standing on the grass. Just looking around.
How much did you play at the park?
I haven't been taking him to the park because, well, I have, but not the same area.
Yes.
That field thing, I haven't been going there just because I don't know if they use pesticides there or not. And that was one thing when I first started taking him there. That's when all that stuff first started happening with the fevers and all that. And I'm like, I don't know if they use pesticides or not. So I'm not.
I don't think
it happened at the same time. So
I don't think they do, by the way the dandelions were growing there, but there's some weird shit.
It's full of dandelions. I don't think so either, but just to be safe.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Oh,
we were talking about
Logan's Day and Bronx's Day. Out touching grass.
God damn.
Bruh.
God damn.
Okay. Kim's still out. She had to go to the emergency room.
I don't know, but I think Ophelia might have attacked her.
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Know.
Oh, I know what I missed today on my earlier show.
Me?
Just for you.
I got one of those.
Did you get that?
What did you do?
It just Remember, I had this thing on for like the whole year last year almost.
I remember. Yeah.
Was it hurt?
Is it hurting
up
again?
Into your, up into
Purple
your
tunnel.
forearm?
That's just because I'm doing so much yard work.
What is it like?
You got taper tunnel.
It starts going up into your
the name
forearm.
of it. I have. You don't even want to know how I did it. I went to sit. Remember, I used to do my walk and talks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going out for that, and I sat down on my front porch, and I put my hands behind me, and my thumb went flat out. Man, it was so gross.
Yeah.
Did it pop?
No, I just stretched out. I think the tendon. I forget what it's called, but you have things that
Yeah,
I don't know those things
Your
that wrap
tendons.
around,
Yeah.
and then the tube inside gets.
I'm not even going to
But
tell
it
you how I
makes your
did mine.
thumb. I couldn't even move my thumb at all.
It wasn't that, Joey.
Are you saying it went like all the way back, like flat like that?
Uh-huh.
Damn.
It was disgusting.
That is nasty. Shut up, Mike. I know where you're at.
No.
Your head out of the gutter.
No. It's freaking from, bowling started it, actually.
It just acts up every once in a while.
Dude, we used to do some
Jaquair veins. Thanks, Tomboy. I don't even know what I have.
We wouldn't like put our
Jaquair veins.
fingers
Jaquair
in
vein.
bowling balls to like spin them. So it's a lot of forearm action.
Probably using the weed whacker didn't help.
Oh, goodness gracious. Maybe it was the pressure washer.
Or the pressure washing.
Well, hey, at least you got a tan.
I did get a tan. Not as good as I like, but we're
You got
getting
to exfoliate, Kim.
We're
I'm
getting
on this new program. I'm darkening up. You got to exfoliate. That's the only way the sun will properly penetrate your skin.
Oh.
Yeah, it's no shit.
And you have to lather up with lotion.
Just get those exfoliating gloves. You don't even want to know. I'm out in this stuff all day. Yeah, screw the weed whacker and the freaking pressure washer. Pressure washer will give you a crick neck.
I love pressure washing.
That's junk.
I love it.
Yeah, maybe with a surface cleaner. In about 35
No, I just
PSI.
used the water. I did 3 stone patios.
Were you stoned doing those stone patios?
No, I was not.
It was at this moment he knew.
Yeah.
He fucked up.
He fucked up.
All right, guys. So anyway, that was my last final thoughts here are that 'cause I already know what Mike's are.
Oh yeah.
It was a great show. I'm very grateful to Geoff from Truth Neurons. And guys, please make sure to subscribe to Truth Neurons if you will. For joining us. It was a great conversation. And don't forget, folks, truly don't forget, next Saturday, guys, July 18th, we will be joined by none other than Mr. Jay Embry himself, Pavarotti. I am super excited for that show as well.
Woo-hoo! Can't wait for that.
It's about time we finally got this man to join us. We've been trying. Mikey's been trying. I've been trying. We've all been trying to get him to join us. So
I think this was a 4-way deal.
well,
I'm coming
maybe all
with-
of us.
Questions of a lifetime.
Yeah, we're gonna break him down. He's gonna hate us when he leaves because we're not gonna stop talking from the moment we get him on panel. I can promise you that much. I'm a huge fan and have nothing but mad respect for Pav. I think he's super, super good at what he does, and I know some people disagree. I'm just a
He'll
big
enjoy
fan.
sending
It would-
and proving his point.
It would be
Yeah.
funny if we all came with sunglasses and hats and he came with no sunglasses and hats.
Oh my God. Yes. Let's a beanie hat and glasses. Yeah.
Tell me, I was
Do it.
already going to message all of y'all about this after this show.
Don't tell him, you
about that
guys. Don't
exact
tell
same
him.
thing.
It's a little late now.
Shh, it's a secret. It's a secret.
Anyway, like I said, I mean, he's one of the hardest workers out here. I truly do respect him. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to what he's got to say. Now, with everything new that's dropped, with all of us getting together, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to see if he's interested in joining that round table I'm trying to put together for all of us. I think that's going to be a very interesting point and a panel to have. to break it all down at this point, and maybe we can come up with some ideas to figure out what the hell we can do. So, that being said, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight for this one. Make sure you're tuning in for that one. Almost positive I'll be live tomorrow, by the way, guys, with Cafe Conspiracy. So if you're interested in all the weird, wild, and what the hell's going on that's out there in the world, make sure you tune in for that one. I got something wild in the ranks for that one, guys. I seen something today that almost made me move out of my own house. I'll just tell you right now. Yeah.
Jesus. That's better than Mothman, brother.
No, dude, this was it, and it involves AI. That's all I'm gonna tell you. It scared the shit out of me and my son both. So I almost want to show you guys right now, but it was like we were both sitting there watching this. I swear to God, and he looks at me and I look at him and we're like,
Save it for tomorrow. Don't ruin it.
I'm not gonna ruin it, but it was some wild shit.
We got to go. I'll tune in tomorrow, you guys.
Yes, please do. It should be fun if nothing else. So make sure you guys tune in. There will be no true crime tomorrow from me, just so you know. It's all crazy conspiracy stuff. So please tune in. The mods have been dropping the link for it all night.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Nothing. My son has to walk in and talk every time I'm talking. So
Damn it, Caden.
every time, never fails. But anyway, thank you guys so very much for joining us tonight. Like I said, I think we broke it down like top to bottom tonight for sure. Kim came with great questions. Logan did. Mikey did. Mikey, like we do. Mikey's AI though. Remember that. So we have to make sure everybody knows he's AI.
It's AI Poppy, dude.
I said AI. That's right.
I'm happy.
So, anyway, I hope
that was your idea. That was your idea.
I had to.
That's a little disturbing, to be honest.
If the tone was a slight different,
it's the only one I could find. That's the problem.
It's a little soft.
I don't even remember what it was from. It was from a comedy movie. It's not dirty, I promise you. But
yeah, what was that?
Sounds dirty. It's the only one I could find.
I feel like it comes from like some like 2 Live Crew or something.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it. It
does, bud.
2 Live Crew.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It does. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. But anyway, guys, gotta laugh a little at the end here because it's been. Kim's dying. Look at her. Oh my God! One more time.
Anymore, and Ophelia is gonna fall in that chair, Joey. Yep.
Yes, I know.
Oh my God. I needed that laugh.
Yes.
2 hours later.
Okay, guys, we're gonna end the show. I swear to God, we're going to. Anyway, thank you to the mods from all other channels. You guys are amazing. We couldn't do this without you. As always, we appreciate it. Again, folks, this is my favorite thing to do every week. I look forward to it. As soon as we end this show, I'm ready to do the next one, guys. I can't wait. I love this group of people completely. I love doing this, and I love all you guys jumping in here with us. So thank you all so very much for supporting us. And real quick, because I always forget. Damn it, where did it go? Yeah.
Hopefully it's not in the 5th terabyte, brother.
Nope, it is not in that one. That's for sure. Where the hell did my link go?
Yeah.
What the shit is going on with this?
Must be.
Maybe it would help if I was on my.
This is all why he wants to move out of the house.
One of the reasons.
AI.
Some of them don't even want us to leave, so they're okay. There they are.
Talking about
all right.
AI shit.
Oh no, dude, it got bad today. Real quick, thank you again, Laura Jones, for that. Thank you to all the answers. For all the answers. I think a female was there too. Yes. Thank you for that question again, Laura, and the super chat, Miss Laura Jones again. Thank you very much. Sasha jumped into one of our channels as a new member.
Over
Ms.
here.
Logan. All right, awesome.
Welcome.
Ms. Aquarian, thank you for that, Aquarian. God bless. Again, Laura Jones, thank you very much. And Laura Jones became a member. Is that over there too?
I can't say I've seen that name.
Oh,
So
I've
we
been
appreciate
in
you.
here all the time.
Yeah. I'm losing it, Joey.
Maybe
Mm.
Kim's. I don't know. Either way,
Gifted membership over my way.
welcome to the community. Either way, Laura. Jen dropping memberships all night on all platforms. Thank you, Jen, for these. Grayson's mama became a member. Thank you. Of course,
Look at
on
the
top,
puppy.
dropping 2 in a row at the very beginning, like always. Deborah Kiefer, thank you for that. Lana popped in to say hi and dropped that.
That
Congrats
was
on a
on my
month.
channel. Yeah, I got
Yep.
that. 1 month. All right.
That's right. That's awesome. And then she dropped that as well. Always appreciate Miss Lana. Miss Bianca, thank you for gifting that membership as well. Miss Tandy, congrats in 11 months. Very much appreciated. Mattis, welcome to the family. We appreciate that very much. Nana Banana became a new member. I'm not sure where, but welcome and thank you. As well as Steven, appreciated very, very much, my friend. Thank you guys all so much for your contributions. Any other donations that were made, whether it's Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all of it is very much appreciated. Although not expected at all. We do love and appreciate each and every one of you guys for supporting us. You have no idea how much. Because again, we know that we wouldn't exist without you all, and we do truly love you guys so very much for that. So thank you for being you. As I always say, please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change anything. You truly are the beautiful people. That's what I love about you all, is just you being you, folks. And with that being said,
the verdict is in.
y'all have an amazing night. You two go to
Good
bed.
night, everybody.
You too, buddy.
Night.
Thanks for coming through to the verdict room where we're seeking truth. Yeah, we're seeking truth. Last 24, they rewind it. True crime heads go find it. Breaking every angle, every track. Bronx telling tales, keeps us on track. Typically unique, never act. Being real, being sharp, being exact. Exposing every secret in the dark. Every little timeline, every mark. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. Oh.
Crime scene chart, they erase that. Put the story back, then replace facts. Looking for the motive in the cracks. Red yarn on the board, then it snaps. Voices in my ear through the week till they hit play. Then we speak. Files on the table, case on the line. They don't just tell it, they define.
Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe seats, working together, throwing revelations at your feet. From the Bronx to the world, let it ring. Every missing little detail that they bring. Dropping that gavel when they're done with the beat. Thanks for tapping in. See you next week. Welcome to the verdict room, where we're seeking the truth. Looking for answers, bringing the facts to you. They break it all down. That day goes cafe seats, working together.